Tonight, we will explore letting go. Not letting go in a dramatic way. Not pushing anything away. Simply allowing what we are holding to loosen. A little at a time. In everyday life, letting go can mean not gripping so tightly to a thought, not replaying a moment again and again, not carrying the weight of something long after it has already passed. Before we begin, feel free to share what time it is and where you're listening from. There is nothing to remember. There is no need to stay awake. You can listen or not listen. It's okay if sleep arrives early. It's okay if it comes later. Tonight unfolds at its own pace. We can begin gently. Long ago, in a quiet riverside village, there lived a potter named Heshan. Heshan was known for his steady hands. People said his bowls felt calm to hold. They were simple bowls, unadorned, with no markings to draw the eye. And yet, when people ate from them, they often lingered a little longer at the table. Heshan worked each morning before the sun grew strong. He gathered clay from the riverbank himself. He kneaded it slowly, as if listening to something beneath his hands. One day, a young traveler named Mirek came to the village. Mirek had walked a long way and carried many stories with him. He stopped at Heshan's workshop and watched quietly. After a while, Mirek asked, "How do you make bowls like this?" Heshan did not answer right away. He continued turning the wheel. The clay rose, then fell. Only when the bowl was finished did he speak. "I stop holding," he said. Mirek laughed softly. "But you are holding it the whole time." Heshan rinsed his hands in a basin of water. "Yes," he said. "And then I stop." Mirek stayed in the village for several days. Each day he watched Heshan work. Each day the same rhythm. Each day the same gentle attention. On the fourth day, Mirek asked again, "What do you stop holding?" Heshan smiled, but said nothing. Instead, he picked up a bowl from a shelf and handed it to Mirek. The bowl slipped from Mirek's hands and shattered on the ground. Mirek froze. "I'm sorry," he said quickly. Heshan knelt down. He gathered the pieces calmly. "It's finished now," he said. That night, Mirek could not sleep. He thought of the bowl. He thought of his mistake. He thought of how easily something whole became something broken. The next morning, Heshan was already working. A new bowl was forming on the wheel. "You're not upset?" Mirek asked. Heshan shook his head. The bowl was already leaving. He said, "I just didn't argue with it." When we hear a story like this, we might think it is about pottery. but we recognize something familiar. How often do we argue with what is already leaving? A moment that has passed, a conversation that ended differently than we hoped, a version of ourselves that no longer fits. We hold on, not because it helps, but because letting go feels like losing something important. Yet, letting go is not erasing. It is not forgetting. It is allowing things to complete their movement. When a bowl falls, it finishes being a bowl. When a day ends, it finishes being that day. When a thought fades, it finishes being that thought. We suffer when we try to keep things unfinished, hovering in our hands long after their shape has changed. Heshan did not rush to replace the broken bowl. He did not scold Mirek. He simply allowed the moment to arrive, and then to pass. We can notice how rare that feels. Often, we replay, we tighten, we add extra weight to what is already heavy. Letting go does not mean we stop caring. It means we stop clenching. As the days passed, Mirek prepared to leave the village. Before he went, he asked Heshan one final question. How will I know when to let go? Heshan looked at the river. When you are tired of carrying, he said, and sometimes, even before that. Mirek bowed and walked on. We might notice ourselves in Mirek, traveling with stories, collecting moments, carrying both pride and regret in the same bundle. Letting go is not a skill we perfect. It is something we practice by noticing when our hands are already aching. Some things leave without asking. Others wait patiently until we soften. Another story comes to us from a mountain path where a woodcutter named Aro lived alone. Aro cut wood each morning and sold it in the valley. He was strong and dependable. People trusted him. One winter, a heavy storm damaged the path. Fewer people came to buy wood. Aro's bundles grew heavier as his worry grew. One evening, an old woman named Seelan arrived at his hut. She asked for shelter from the cold. Aro welcomed her. As they sat by the fire, Seelan watched Aro adjust the logs again and again. He never seemed satisfied with the way they burned. "Why do you keep moving them?" she asked. "I want the fire to last," Aro said. Seelan nodded. "And does it?" Aro looked into the flames. "They burn faster," he admitted. Seelan smiled. "Fires are like that," she said. "The more we manage them, the quicker they finish." Aro did not reply. But later that night, as Seelan slept, he lay awake thinking. The next day, he carried his wood down the mountain. halfway down, his rope snapped. Several logs rolled away into the trees. Arrow stood still. His chest tightened. He felt the familiar urge to chase after what was lost. But he remembered the fire. He gathered what remained. He continued walking. That evening, he noticed something unexpected. His body felt lighter, not just because the bundle was smaller, but because his mind was quieter. Loss often feels like something being taken, but sometimes it is something being released. We rarely notice how much energy goes into holding, how many small adjustments we make, how often we tighten around an idea of how things should be. Letting go does not arrive all at once. It happens in moments like arrows, a pause, a breath between reactions, a decision not to chase what is already gone. Salen stayed for several days. When she left, she said, "Some weight is not meant to be carried to the end." Iro returned to his work. The storm passed. The path reopened. Life continued. But something had shifted. He no longer counted every log. He trusted that enough would arrive. Letting go often looks like trust. Not trust that everything will go our way, but trust that we can meet what comes without gripping so tightly. As we listen tonight, we may notice thoughts drifting in and out, memories, plans, small worries. We do not need to push them away. We do not need to follow them either. They can pass through, like travelers on a road. Letting go is not an action we force. It is an allowance. In another place and time, there was a tea server named Junpei who worked at a roadside inn. Junpei was attentive. He remembered everyone's preferences. He took pride in perfect service. One afternoon, a quiet guest named Rena stayed longer than expected. She watched Junpei closely. "You serve as if you are afraid to spill," she said gently. Junpei paused. "I don't want to make mistakes." Rena nodded. "And when you do?" Junpei looked down. "I carry them home." Rena left the next morning. Before she went, she placed a cracked cup on the counter. "It still holds tea," she said, "even with the crack." Junpei kept the cup. At first, he hid it. Then, slowly, he began to use it himself. Nothing terrible happened. Letting go can be like using the cracked cup, allowing imperfection to remain, allowing ourselves to rest without fixing everything. We are not required to be seamless. We are allowed to be complete as we are. As the night deepens, the teaching does not need to conclude. There is nothing to finish. understanding can soften, attention can drift. Sleep may already be near. Letting go is not something we achieve tonight. It is something that continues quietly, long after the story fades. As the night continues, the idea of letting go does not need to become clearer. In fact, it often becomes softer, like a sound growing distant, not disappearing, but no longer demanding attention. There is another story from a coastal town where the sea never seemed to rest. There lived a net mender named Iolana. Each afternoon, she sat outside her small home repairing fishing nets for others. Her fingers were quick. Her knots were precise. Fishermen trusted her work. Iolana had once gone out to sea herself. Years earlier, she had sailed with her brother, Kava. They worked side by side, rarely speaking, understanding each other without words. One morning, a sudden storm rose. The sea changed its mood without warning. Only Iolana returned. After that, she stayed on land. She told herself she preferred it that way. But each time she handled a net, she felt the pull of something unfinished. One evening, a young fisherman named Thomas brought her a torn net. He lingered as she worked. "You fix them like you're listening," he said. Iolana did not look up. "I am," she replied. To what Thomas asked, "The spaces," she said, "not the rope. The spaces it holds." Thomas frowned. "That sounds lonely." Iolana paused. "It used to," she said. That night, after Thomas left, Iolana did not bring the nets inside. She left them where they were. The wind moved through them. The moonlight rested in their openings. For the first time in many years, she did not gather everything back in. Sometimes, letting go is not about releasing a person or a memory. Sometimes, it is about releasing the need to contain what cannot be contained. Grief often tightens our grip. We hold on to routines. We hold on to identities. We hold on to roles that once made sense. Iolana had held onto the shore, but slowly she let the sea exist without her argument. Weeks later, she walked down to the water. She did not plan to swim. She did not plan to sail. She simply stood and watched. The sea did not ask anything of her, and she did not ask anything of it. This is a quiet form of letting go, not replacing what was lost, not filling the space, but allowing the space to remain. we may notice how uncomfortable space can feel. Silence, unanswered questions, moments without resolution. Our minds often rush to close gaps, to tidy endings, to make sense of everything. But life does not always offer closure in the way we expect. Letting go can mean allowing a story to remain unfinished. Another story comes from a hillside monastery where an aging gardener named Batsa tended the grounds. Batsa had worked there for decades. He knew every stone path, every tree, every season's rhythm. A younger monk named Elio was assigned to help him. Elio was eager. He asked many questions. "Why don't you straighten the paths?" Elio asked one morning. "Why let the moss grow where people walk?" Batsa smiled. "It grows where it wants," he said, "and people walk where they need to." Elio tried to correct the paths anyway. He scraped away moss. He realigned stones. Each evening, Batsa quietly returned things to how they were. After several weeks, Elio noticed. "Why undo my work?" he asked, frustrated. Batsa leaned on his broom. "I'm not undoing it," he said. "I'm letting it rest." One night, Elio slipped on a cleaned stone and fell. He was not hurt, but shaken. The next morning, he did not touch the moss. Control often feels like care, but sometimes it is simply fear wearing a careful face. Batsa did not neglect the garden. He tended it deeply, but he did not demand that it stay still. Letting go does not mean indifference. It means allowing movement. We can reflect on how often we confuse holding with loving. We grip tightly, believing it keeps things safe. Yet often, it only makes them brittle. As the gardener aged, he eventually stopped working. He sat beneath the trees he had tended. The garden continued without him. This can sound sad, but Batsa felt relief. He had trusted the garden long before he trusted himself. Another voice enters the night, from a marketplace filled with sounds and colors. There was a cloth seller named Nuria. She arranged her fabrics carefully each morning. She loved symmetry, balance, order. One day, a child named Soren ran through the stall, knocking everything loose. Colors fell. Folds collapsed. Nuria felt her chest tighten. The familiar heat of irritation rose. But before she spoke, Soren looked up. "I'm sorry," he said, eyes wide. Nuria saw her own reflection in his fear. She exhaled. "It's all right," she said. She did not rearrange the cloths right away. Customers browsed through the disorder. Some stayed longer. Some smiled. That evening, Nuria left the stall slightly undone. It felt strange, unfinished, but also lighter. Letting go often arrives disguised as disorder, as things not quite lining up, as expectations loosening their grip. We may notice how much effort goes into maintaining appearances, keeping everything aligned, holding together an image of how life should look. When that image cracks, something else can enter: ease, humor, human warmth. Later in life, Nuria told others, "The day my stall fell apart was the day I stopped feeling trapped inside it." The night continues. Stories pass like lanterns along a path, each one briefly illuminating the same quiet truth. Letting go is not one decision. It is many small permissions. There is also the story of a letter carrier named Paulino who worked in a mountain village. Paulino took pride in delivering mail quickly. He memorized routes. He raced the weather. One winter, heavy snow slowed him down. Letters piled up. Complaints followed. Paulino felt ashamed. He pushed himself harder. One evening, exhausted, he slipped and dropped his bag. Letters scattered into the snow. He sat there for a long time. The village lights flickered below. For the first time, he did not rush to gather everything. The snow covered the letters gently, silently. The next morning, villagers helped retrieve what they could. Some letters arrived late. Some never arrived at all. Surprisingly, life went on. Paulino learned something difficult and freeing. Not every message arrives on time. Not every intention is fulfilled. We carry invisible deadlines, timelines for success, expectations for how quickly we should heal, change, or understand. Letting go can mean releasing the clock, allowing life to unfold at its own pace. As the hours pass, we may feel our attention drifting. This is not a problem. The teaching does not require effort. It does not ask us to stay alert. It is enough to be carried by the sound of words, to allow meaning to appear and disappear. Another story arrives quietly, like footsteps in snow. A glassblower named Amina lived near a desert town. Her work was delicate. Glass required patience. One evening, a large piece shattered after hours of work. Amina stared at the fragments. Her apprentice, Yarrow, waited for anger, for frustration. Amina simply swept the floor. "It's gone," she said. "But you worked so long," Yarrow protested. "Yes," Amina replied, and I'm done working on it now. There is a moment in every effort when holding on becomes unnecessary, when continuing costs more than stopping. We do not always recognize that moment. We push through. We insist. Letting go is sometimes the most respectful ending we can give. As the desert night cooled, Amina sat outside. She did not plan her next piece. She allowed herself to be empty. Emptiness is often feared, but emptiness is also space. Space for rest. Space for renewal. Tonight, letting go may mean allowing yourself not to complete anything, not to resolve every thought, not to stay present for every word. Sleep can come in waves. Attention can loosen. There is nothing to achieve by staying awake. We can trust that what needs to be heard will settle where it belongs, and what does not will drift away. The night holds us gently. The teaching continues, even as understanding softens, and letting go becomes less an idea and more a quiet companion through the dark. As the night stretches on, letting go no longer feels like something we are thinking about. It feels more like something happening on its own. The way the body releases tension without being told. The way thoughts drift when they are no longer fed. Another story finds us in a dry inland valley where a well keeper named Farid lived. Farid was responsible for the village well. Each morning, he checked the stone walls. He measured the water. He worried constantly about levels dropping too low. He kept careful records. He warned others not to waste. He carried the well's future like a weight in his chest. One year, the rains did not come. The water fell lower than Farid had ever seen. Villagers gathered, anxious. They looked to Farid for answers. Farid spoke of plans, restrictions, rules. But an elder named Amara stepped forward. She had drawn water from that well as a child. It has emptied before, she said, and it has filled again. Farid felt anger rise. This is different, he insisted. We must act. Amara nodded. Yes, she said. And we must also stop acting as if worry itself creates water. That night, Farid could not sleep. He lay awake, listening to the silence of the valley. For the first time, he noticed how tired he was, not from the work, but from the constant holding. The next day, Farid continued caring for the well, but he stopped measuring every hour. He stopped rehearsing disasters in his mind. When the rains finally came months later, The well filled slowly, quietly, without comment. Farid learned something that stayed with him. Concern can guide action, but clinging exhausts the heart. Letting go does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means releasing the belief that we must control outcomes entirely. We often confuse vigilance with safety. We believe that if we stay tense enough, nothing bad will happen. But tension does not prevent change. It only prevents rest. As the night deepens, rest becomes more available, not because we seek it, but because we stop resisting it. Another story arrives, this one from a narrow bridge spanning a forest ravine. A toll keeper named Lucan lived there. He collected coins from travelers crossing the bridge. Lucan was fair, but he was rigid. He counted each coin twice. He argued over fractions. One evening, a musician named Yara arrived. She carried no money, only an instrument case. "I will play for you," she said. Lucan shook his head. "Rules are rules." Yara smiled. "I understand," she said. She turned to leave. Something in the way she walked caught Lucan's attention. Unhurried, unburdened. "Wait," he said. "Play." Yara sat on the bridge and played softly. The sound moved through the trees, through the ravine, through Lucan's chest. When she finished, she nodded and crossed. Lucan did not ask for payment. That night, he slept deeply for the first time in years. Letting go sometimes appears as a small exception, a moment when we loosen a rule, a moment when we trust intuition over habit. We build many structures to feel secure. Schedules, principles, identities. These structures can support us, but they can also trap us. Lucan did not abandon his post, but he discovered flexibility, and with it, ease. Another story unfolds in a crowded household where a caretaker named Renata lived. Renata looked after her aging uncle, Tobin. She organized his medicines. She managed his meals. She rarely rested. Friends told her to take breaks. She smiled and said she was fine. One afternoon, Tobin fell asleep while Renata was speaking. She felt irritation, then guilt, then sadness. She realized she was speaking not to him, but to her fear of losing him. That evening, Renata sat quietly beside Tobin. She did not fill the silence. She did not explain anything. They simply shared the room. Later, Tobin opened his eyes. "Thank you," he said. For what Renata asked. "For letting me be tired," he replied. Care often becomes heavy when we refuse to let others be as they are, including ourselves. Letting go can mean allowing tiredness, allowing decline, allowing imperfection without commentary. Renata did not stop caring, but she stopped narrating every moment. And in that quiet, both of them rested more. Another story comes from a city edge where a sign painter named Olek worked. Olek painted shop signs. He believed letters should be perfect, every line precise. One day, a shop owner named Mireya asked for a sign quickly. Olek rushed. A letter leaned slightly to one side. Olek saw it immediately. He wanted to repaint the whole sign. Mireya looked at it and smiled. "It looks alive," she said. Olek frowned. "It's flawed." "Yes," Mireya replied, "and welcoming." Olek left the sign as it was. For days, he thought about that letter. It unsettled him. Then, slowly, he noticed something. People stopped at Mireya's shop more often. They commented on the sign. They remembered it. Perfection had kept Olek safe, but it had also kept him distant. Letting go of perfection can feel like stepping into uncertainty, but uncertainty is where life responds. As we listen tonight, we may notice ourselves softening around our own standards, around ideas of how well we should be doing, how calmly we should be resting, how deeply we should be understanding. There is no score, no requirement. Another story moves through the quiet. This one from a ferry crossing a wide river. A ferryman named Nilo guided people back and forth each day. He knew the currents. He trusted his boat. One afternoon, a sudden change in wind pushed the ferry off course. Passengers panicked. They shouted instructions. Nilo listened. Then he stopped rowing for a moment. The boat drifted, then slowly aligned with the current. Nilo began rowing again. They reached the shore safely. Later, someone asked, "Why did you stop?" "Because fighting the river wastes strength," Nilo said. "Listening saves it." Letting go can mean yielding temporarily, not as defeat, but as alignment. We often meet resistance by pushing harder, but sometimes pushing is the resistance. When we stop forcing, movement can resume naturally. As the night continues, we may feel moments of drifting, thoughts slowing, attention loosening. This is not losing the teaching, it is living it. Another story comes from a hillside orchard where a fruit grower named Kaori worked. Kaori pruned trees carefully. She removed weak branches. She planned harvests precisely. One season, illness kept her away. The orchard grew wild. When she returned, she expected loss. Instead, she found abundance. Fruit everywhere. Not all control nurtures growth. Sometimes, life flourishes when we step back. Kaori adjusted her work afterward. She pruned less. She watched more. Letting go does not mean doing nothing. It means allowing space for things to grow without constant interference. As hours pass, we may notice the mind growing less interested in holding on to meaning. This is natural. Understanding does not need to be sharp to be present. It can be gentle, diffuse, like moonlight. Another story appears, quieter than the rest. A bell maker named Soren lived alone near a temple. He cast bells for rituals. Each bell had to sound just right. One night, a bell cracked during cooling. The sound was softer, uneven. Soren was disappointed, but the monks liked it. They said it reminded them to release expectations. Soren hung the bell anyway. Over time, it became the most beloved sound at the temple. Letting go can change what we value, what we listen for, what we consider complete. As the night moves deeper, the teaching does not add more. It subtracts. It loosens. It allows. We do not need to follow every word. We do not need to remember every story. Letting go is already happening, in the pauses between sentences, in the quiet spaces where nothing is required. The night holds these stories gently, and we are free to rest inside them or drift beyond them without effort. As the night continues to deepen, the words no longer need to arrive with clarity. They can arrive like footsteps in another room, heard but not followed, present without demand. Letting go often happens this way, quietly, without announcement. Another story drifts toward us from a high plateau where wind was constant and strong. There lived a kite maker named Enzo. He built kites of many shapes and colors. Children gathered to watch him test them in the open fields. Enzo loved control. He measured balance precisely. He adjusted every string until the kite obeyed his hand. One afternoon, a sudden gust tore a kite free. The string slipped from Enzo's fingers and vanished into the sky. The children gasped. Enzo stood still, staring upward. The kite danced wildly, then steadied, then soared higher than any kite Enzo had ever flown. A child named Lila laughed. "It flies better without you," she said. Enzo felt something loosen inside his chest. He did not chase the kite. He watched until it disappeared. That evening, Enzo did not rebuild immediately. He sat alone, hands empty. In the days that followed, his kites changed. They were simpler, less rigid. They responded more to wind than to force. Letting go can feel like loss at first, but sometimes it is simply removing the weight that was holding things down. We often believe control keeps things safe, but control can also keep things small. As the night unfolds, we may sense how many strings we are holding: plans, expectations, versions of ourselves we are trying to maintain. We do not need to cut them all at once. Often, they loosen on their own when we stop tightening. Another story arrives softly from a long road where a stone carver named Mattea worked. Mattea carved markers for travelers, distances, directions, certainty. She liked knowing where things led. One day, a traveler named Oris stopped and asked, "How far to the end of the road?" Mattea paused. "I don't know," she said. Oris smiled. "Then I'll keep walking." After he left, Mattea felt unsettled. She realized she had never walked past the markers she carved. The next morning, she left her tools behind. She followed the road. It curved. It narrowed. It disappeared into hills. Mattea felt fear, then curiosity, then relief. She returned days later. Her hands felt different, lighter. She carved fewer markers after that. She allowed more space for not knowing. Letting go often means releasing certainty, allowing questions to remain unanswered, allowing paths to unfold without labels. Uncertainty is not always danger. Sometimes it is rest from pretending we know. Another story comes from a quiet kitchen where a baker named Isandro worked through the night. Isandro followed recipes exactly. He measured. He timed. He worried. One night, exhausted, he misread the instructions. The bread rose unevenly. He almost threw it away. But a neighbor named Celeste stopped by. She tasted it and smiled. "It's warm," she said. "It feels kind." Isandro laughed softly. He kept baking that way sometimes. Not careless, just less afraid. Letting go of perfection can soften our relationship with effort. Work becomes expression, not performance. As the hours pass, effort itself may feel heavier, and that is all right. There is no need to hold the teaching. it holds itself. Another story drifts in, quieter still. A night watchman named Belen guarded a small town gate. Each night, she stayed alert, listening, watching. One evening, she noticed she could not remember the last time anything happened. She lowered herself onto a bench. She allowed her eyes to close briefly. Nothing was lost. Nothing went wrong. From then on, Belen trusted the quiet. We often remain tense long after danger has passed. The body remembers vigilance. The mind rehearses threats. Letting go can mean noticing when safety is already present. As we listen, safety may already be here, not because everything is solved, but because nothing needs to be solved right now. Another story reaches us from a riverbank where a papermaker named Shun lived. Shun soaked fibers, pressed sheets, dried them carefully. He disliked waste. He saved every scrap. One season, flooding destroyed much of his stored paper. Shun felt despair. Then he noticed how the ruined paper dissolved back into pulp, usable again. Loss is often transformation wearing a disguise. Shun began working with less fear of waste. He trusted the cycle. Letting go does not always mean things disappear. Often, they change form. Another voice enters from a hillside village where a storyteller named Annika lived. Annika told stories each evening. She remembered every detail. She never forgot a line. One night, she lost her voice. Only a whisper remained. She told the story anyway. People leaned in. They listened more closely. The story felt intimate, alive. When her voice returned, Annika did not raise it fully. She kept some of the quiet. Letting go can deepen connection. When we stop projecting, others step closer. As the night grows later, connection may feel less important, and that is fine too. Rest does not need meaning. It only needs permission. Another story passes through like a soft breeze. A clock repairer named Tommaso worked in a small shop. He loved fixing timepieces. One day, his own clock stopped. He did not repair it. Days passed. He noticed something. He felt less rushed. He still fixed clocks for others. But he no longer measured his own hours so tightly. Letting go of time can change how time treats us. We do not need to account for every minute tonight. Time can loosen its grip. Another story arrives, slower than the rest. A weaver named Halima created long tapestries. She planned patterns years in advance. One tapestry was never finished. Threads remained loose. Halima aged. Her hand slowed. She left the tapestry as it was. When others saw it, they said it felt open, inviting. Not all creations need completion to be complete. As the night continues, thoughts may trail off mid-sentence. This is not forgetting. It is letting go. Another story reaches us from a hilltop where a wind listener named Orin lived. Orin studied weather. He predicted storms. He warned others. One season, his predictions failed. The storms changed. Orin stopped predicting. He started listening. Letting go can mean releasing expertise, allowing humility to guide us instead. As we rest, we do not need to be experts in sleeping. Sleep knows how to find us. Another story comes from a small boat on a lake. A rower named Petra trained daily. She pushed herself. She chased strength. One morning, fog covered the water. She could not see far. She slowed. She rowed gently. She realized she had been racing nothing. Letting go of unnecessary struggle reveals ease already present. As the words continue, they may begin to blur. This is natural. Understanding does not need sharp edges tonight. It can soften. It can dissolve. Another story drifts by, almost like a dream. A bell ringer named Callan rang the same bell each evening. One night, he forgot. The village slept just as well. In the morning, no one complained. Callan smiled. He rang the bell again that night, but without pressure. Not everything depends on us. This can be frightening and freeing. As the night moves on, the teaching grows simpler. Less story, less explanation. Letting go is no longer an idea being described. It is an atmosphere. Words arrive, words fade. We are not required to follow them. We are allowed to rest inside the spaces between them. The night continues to carry everything gently, and nothing needs to be held. As the night deepens further, even the idea of letting go may begin to loosen. It does not need to be held carefully. It does not need to be remembered. It can move like water, passing through without resistance. Another story comes to us from a narrow mountain valley where the sound of bells echoed at dawn. There lived a mule driver named Sifa. Each morning, Sifa loaded goods onto his mule and walked the same path across the pass. He knew every bend in the trail, every loose stone, every place where snow lingered longer than expected. Sifa trusted routine. Routine kept him safe. One winter morning, the mule stopped. No amount of coaxing worked. The animal stood still, breathing steadily, refusing to move. Sifa pulled the reins. He spoke sharply. Nothing. As the sun rose, Sifa noticed something he had never noticed before. A thin crack in the path ahead. Ice, barely visible. If the mule had continued, they would have slipped. Sifa loosened the reins. He rested his hand on the mule's neck. They waited. Later, when the ice softened, they crossed safely. From that day on, Sifa no longer demanded constant forward motion. He learned that stopping could also be wisdom. Letting go does not always mean releasing what we love. Sometimes it means releasing the urgency to move. The belief that progress must always look like motion. As the hours pass, urgency often fades on its own. There is nowhere we need to reach tonight. Another story drifts into the quiet from a lowland farm where a seed keeper named Milena lived. Milena stored seeds in labeled jars. She cataloged them carefully. She planned years ahead. One season, pests ruined much of her collection. Milena felt grief, not just for the seeds, but for the future she had imagined. She planted what remained. She planted generously, without calculating outcomes. The harvest surprised her. Plants cross-pollinated. New varieties appeared. Milena realized that holding too tightly to preservation had limited growth. Letting go can invite creativity we did not plan. We often cling to imagined futures. We grieve when they dissolve. But sometimes, what grows instead is richer than what we protected. Another story arrives quietly, like footsteps fading. A doormaker named Kaido lived near a forest. He crafted doors strong and precise. One day, a family asked him to build a door with a window. Kaido resisted. A door should close, he said. But he agreed. When finished, light poured through the window. The room felt larger. Kaito began adding windows to his doors. Letting go of rigid definitions allows new possibilities to enter. We may notice definitions loosening tonight. Definitions of success, of rest, of ourselves. That is all right. Another story moves through the dark, gentle and unhurried. A stone stacker named Leora balanced rocks near a river. She enjoyed the careful placement, the stillness. One afternoon, children knocked over her stacks. Leora felt anger rise. Then she noticed how easily the stones returned to the riverbed. She rebuilt nothing. The river continued. The stones rested where they fell. Letting go does not always require rebuilding. Sometimes it means allowing things to return to their natural place. As the night continues, we may feel less inclined to rearrange thoughts, less inclined to stack meaning carefully. Meaning can settle on its own. Another story comes from a hillside school where a teacher named Ravel taught writing. Ravel corrected every sentence. He believed clarity came from precision. One student, Nima, wrote loosely. Her words wandered. Ravel tried to correct her. She listened politely. One day, Ravel read her writing aloud to himself. He felt something unexpected. Movement. Breath. He stopped correcting her. Letting go of control can allow expression to breathe. We do not need to edit ourselves constantly. Not tonight. Another story arrives from a lakeside where a boat builder named Eric worked. Eric repaired boats damaged by storms. He replaced planks. He reinforced hulls. One boat was too damaged to repair. Eric struggled with it for days. Finally, he dismantled it. He used the wood for smaller repairs. Nothing was wasted, but the boat was no longer a boat. Letting go can mean changing form, allowing something to become what it needs to be now. We often resist this. We want things to stay what they were. But life is skilled at repurposing. Another story drifts by. Quieter still. A watchful shepherd named Daria guided her flock through open land. She counted often. She feared loss. One evening, she stopped counting. She watched instead. The flock stayed together. Trust replaced tallying. Letting go of constant checking can restore peace. We do not need to monitor ourselves tonight. We do not need to check whether we are resting properly. Rest will arrive when watched less closely. Another story enters softly, like a thought dissolving. A map maker named Jonel charted coastlines. He measured carefully. One coast kept changing. Tides altered it constantly. Jonel redrew it again and again. Finally, he stopped marking exact lines. He shaded the area instead. Some things cannot be pinned down. They can only be acknowledged. Letting go can look like changing how we relate to uncertainty. Not fixing it, not conquering it, simply allowing it. Another story comes from a candle workshop where a chandler named Visa worked. Visa worried about wax dripping. She tried to prevent it. One night, she watched wax flow freely. The candle still burned. Light remained. Letting go of small controls can reveal that what matters continues anyway. As the night moves on, the teaching thins. Not because there is less to say, but because less is needed. Another story arrives from a field at dawn. A scarecrow maker named Rowan built figures to protect crops. He placed them carefully. Birds learned. They perched on the scarecrows. Rowan laughed. He stopped making new ones. The crops grew regardless. Not all protection is necessary. Some threats are imagined. Letting go of fear can restore simplicity. Another story appears gently. A bell tuner named Ilsa adjusted tones. She searched for perfection. One bell never tuned fully. She left it. Over time, its uneven sound became familiar, comforting. Imperfection can be an anchor. As the night deepens further, words may feel farther apart. Thoughts may drift without forming. This is not a loss, it is a release. Another story floats through the quiet. A rain watcher named Thomas watched clouds daily. One season, he stopped predicting. He watched rain fall without interpretation. Sometimes, letting go is allowing experience without commentary. We do not need to name what is happening tonight. We can allow it to happen. Another story comes from a mountain hut where a tea carrier named Aylin rested. Aylin spilled tea on the way down the trail. She stopped apologizing. The tea soaked into the ground. Nothing was harmed. Letting go can be forgiving ourselves for small spills. As the night continues, forgiveness may feel less necessary. Nothing feels wrong enough to forgive. Another story reaches us, almost fading as it arrives. A bridge painter named Koji repainted the same bridge each year. One year, he did not. The bridge stood. Koji rested. Not everything requires constant maintenance. We are allowed to pause. As the words grow softer, the teaching becomes less distinct. This is natural. Letting go is no longer being described. It is being lived in the quiet spaces where nothing is demanded. Stories arrive, stories dissolve, and we are free to drift with them, or beyond them, held gently by the night, with nothing left to carry. As the night carries on, even the sound of the words may begin to feel optional. They can be present without being followed. They can pass through like clouds that do not require names. Letting go often happens when we stop insisting that something happen. Another story drifts in from a wide plain where the sky felt endless. There lived a fence builder named Oscar. Oscar built long fences for grazing animals. He took pride in straight lines, in clear boundaries. He believed fences kept things safe. One summer, a section of fence collapsed after heavy rain. Animals wandered beyond their usual area. Oscar rushed to repair it. But when he arrived, he saw something unexpected. The animals grazed calmly. They did not run. They did not scatter. They moved slowly, exploring new ground. Oscar waited. Nothing went wrong. He rebuilt the fence later, but he left a wider gate. Not everything needed to be tightly enclosed. Letting go does not always mean removing boundaries. Sometimes it means softening them. As the hours pass, boundaries between thoughts may soften, between waking and resting, between listening and drifting. This is natural. Another story comes to us from a quiet street where a lamplighter named Inez worked at dusk. Each evening, Inez lit the lamps one by one. She enjoyed the ritual, the sense of order. One evening, she arrived late. Several lamps were already glowing. Someone else had lit them. Inez felt a brief sting, then relief. She sat on a step and watched the light spread without her effort. Letting go can feel like being replaced, but sometimes it is simply being relieved. We often believe that if we stop, everything will fall apart. Yet so much continues on its own. Another story passes through, soft as a yawn. A bell cleaner named Tomasz polished temple bells each week. He removed every trace of weather, every mark of time. One week, illness kept him away. When he returned, the bells were dull, their sound deeper. The monks preferred the sound. Tomasz cleaned less after that. He allowed time to leave its mark. Letting go can deepen resonance. Not everything needs to be restored to its original shine. As the night grows quieter, we may notice how much effort goes into staying polished, into appearing composed, into keeping surfaces smooth. Tonight, roughness is allowed, dullness is allowed, stillness is allowed. Another story arrives from a hillside where a pathkeeper named Bruna maintained trails for travelers. Bruna cleared fallen branches. She smoothed stones. One year, she left part of the trail untended. Plants grew. The path narrowed. Travelers slowed. They paid attention. They noticed the landscape more. Bruna realized that ease is not always speed. Letting go of efficiency can invite presence. As we listen, presence does not need to be sharp. It can be hazy. It can be half-formed. Another story moves gently through the dark. A mirror maker named Yuto crafted reflective surfaces. He polished until images were perfect. One mirror cracked slightly. The reflection bent. Yuto almost discarded it. But he noticed something. The crack softened the face looking back. People lingered longer in front of that mirror. Letting go of clarity can reveal kindness. We are not required to see ourselves sharply tonight. We can allow the image to blur. Another story comes from a river crossing where a toll collector named Fen stood watch. Fen recorded every crossing. He worried about fairness. One day, his ledger fell into the river. Pages dissolved. Fen panicked. Then he laughed. He continued collecting tolls without recording. Nothing changed. Letting go of records can lighten the present. We do not need to keep track of tonight, of how long we've listened, of how well we're resting. Time can pass without accounting. Another story drifts in, barely touching. A glass polisher named Sabine worked long hours. She chased flawlessness. One evening, she stopped mid-polish. She noticed the glass was already clear enough. She set it aside. Enough does not always announce itself. It waits quietly until we stop pushing past it. Letting go can mean recognizing when enough has arrived. As the night continues, enough may already be here. Enough listening. Enough effort. Enough understanding. Another story appears, slower than the rest. A weather vane maker named Elon installed vanes on rooftops. He loved precision. He aligned them perfectly. One vane spun loosely. It squeaked. Elon fixed it. The sound disappeared. Later, he missed the sound. It had reminded him of the wind. He loosened it again. Letting go can reintroduce subtle signals we forgot to listen for. Tonight, we do not need signals. We do not need guidance. We can simply be carried. Another story reaches us from a pottery yard where a kiln tender named Maris worked. Maris fired clay carefully. She followed strict timings. One firing went wrong. Temperatures shifted. Colors changed. The pots were different, unexpected. They sold quickly. Maris adjusted her expectations. She trusted the fire more. Letting go of rigid outcomes can invite surprise. As the hours pass, surprise may fade, and that is all right. The night does not need to entertain. It only needs to hold. Another story comes quietly. A boat rope maker named Silvo twisted fibers tightly. He feared weakness. One rope snapped during use. No one was hurt. Silvo tested a looser twist. The rope held. Strength does not always come from tightness. Letting go can make us more resilient. We may notice ourselves softening physically, mentally. This is not collapse. It is release. Another story drifts by, almost dreamlike. A path marker named Rhea painted signs for travelers. She loved clarity. One sign faded. travelers asked for directions more often. They spoke with each other. Connection increased. Rhea painted fewer signs. Letting go of answers can invite conversation. Tonight, conversation is not required, but connection may be felt in the quiet. Another story comes from a mountaintop where a cloud watcher named Solon lived. Solon tried to name cloud types, predict weather. One day, he stopped naming. He watched shapes form and dissolve. He felt lighter. Letting go of naming allows experience to flow freely. As we listen, names may lose importance. Stories may blur together. This is not confusion. It is simplicity. Another story arrives softly. A stone polisher named Greta smoothed river stones. She removed every edge. One stone resisted. She left it. Years later, it became her favorite. It fit her hand. Not all roughness needs smoothing. We are allowed to rest with our edges. Another story comes, quieter still. A basket maker named Davin wove tightly. He feared gaps. One basket had spaces. Air flowed. Fruit stayed fresh longer. Gaps can be functional. Letting go of density can create breathing room. Tonight, breathing room is already present. No effort needed. Another story drifts in. A gatekeeper named Amiel opened and closed gates daily. He worried about timing. One day, he forgot to close a gate. Nothing happened. He smiled. Letting go of constant vigilance can reveal safety already present. As the night deepens, vigilance fades. Awareness softens. Nothing demands attention. Another story reaches us from a shoreline. A shell collector named Vara gathered shells carefully. She categorized them. One tide scattered her collection back into the sea. Vara watched. The shore looked fuller. Sometimes letting go returns things to where they belong. Another story arrives, almost like an echo. A trail singer named Noam sang to mark paths. One day, she lost her voice. The path remained. Noam listened instead. Letting go of expression can make room for listening. As the words continue, listening may fade. This is fine. The night does not need participation. Another story floats through. A grain measurer named Pavel worried about exact portions. One night, he spilled grain. Birds gathered. Life continued. Perfection is not always necessary for continuity. Another story comes, barely forming. A fire watcher named Loon stayed awake each night. She watched embers. One night, she slept. The fire burned low, then out. Morning came. Nothing was lost. Letting go can mean trusting endings. As the night stretches on, endings feel less sharp, more like transitions. Another story arrives, almost dissolving as it appears. A bell rope holder named Armin rang the bell each hour. One night, he missed a ringing. Time passed anyway. Armin laughed quietly. Not everything depends on our effort. As the words thin further, the teaching becomes almost invisible, not absent, just no longer insisting on being noticed. Letting go has no final shape. It does not conclude. It simply continues, like the night itself, carrying us gently, with nothing left to do and nothing left to hold. As the night stretches further, the stories begin to arrive with less urgency. They do not need to persuade. They do not need to explain. They simply appear, linger briefly, and pass on. This is often how letting go feels. Less like a decision, more like a quiet agreement with what is already happening. Another story comes from a small hillside town where a stair builder named Pavel lived. Pavel built stone stairways between uneven streets. He believed each step should be the same height. Consistency mattered to him. One project took him months. When he finished, he stood at the top and looked down. The steps were perfect. A few weeks later, an elderly woman named Yelena began using the stairs daily. She moved slowly. She paused often. Pavel watched her one morning. He noticed she struggled on certain steps, even though they were identical. He approached her. "Is something wrong with the stairs?" he asked. Yelena smiled. "No," she said. "Some days, my legs are just different." Pavel thought about this for a long time. On his next project, he allowed small variations, subtle changes, resting places built into the steps. People lingered. They sat. They talked. Letting go does not mean abandoning care. Sometimes it means caring in a way that allows for change. We often design our lives for a version of ourselves that no longer exists. Letting go can mean updating the shape of our days without resentment. Another story arrives quietly, like a lantern being set down. A map folder named Corin worked in a travel office. He organized maps carefully. He disliked worn edges. Travelers returned maps folded differently, creased, softened. Corin used to smooth them back into place. One day, he stopped. He noticed that the most worn maps were the most accurate. They had been lived with. Letting go of pristine surfaces can allow experience to show itself. As we rest tonight, We do not need to keep anything unmarked. Wear is allowed. Softness is allowed. Another story drifts in from a river ferry at dusk. A fare counter named Leto counted passengers carefully. He checked numbers against capacity. One evening, fog rolled in. Counting became difficult. Leto stopped counting and watched the river instead. The ferry crossed safely. Sometimes, attention can replace control. Letting go can be a shift in focus rather than an absence of care. Another story arrives from a bell tower overlooking a quiet town. A bell ringer named Saburo rang bells to mark hours. He prided himself on precision. One night, he rang the bell slightly late. He felt embarrassed. But the town slept on. Saburo realized something gently unsettling. Time does not wait for us to announce it. From then on, he rang the bell with less anxiety. He trusted the day to move forward regardless. Letting go can mean recognizing how much continues without our supervision. Another story comes from a field where a scarecrow stitcher named Owana worked. Owana repaired old scarecrows each season. She patched holes. She tightened seams. One year, she left one scarecrow torn. Wind passed through it. It fluttered softly. Birds avoided it more than the others. The flaw became function. Letting go of fixing can reveal unexpected usefulness. We often rush to repair ourselves, to close gaps, to correct deviations. Tonight, nothing requires fixing. Another story reaches us from a low-lit workshop where a clock-hand painter named Emile worked. Emile painted tiny lines on clock faces. He strained his eyes. He worked long hours. One night, exhausted, he misaligned a line slightly. He noticed only later. The clock still worked. People still read the time. Emile rested more after that. He accepted small misalignments. Letting go of precision can protect what matters most. Another story arrives softly from a narrow canal where a lock keeper named Tamsin lived. Tamsin opened and closed gates for boats. She controlled water levels carefully. One day, a delay caused levels to fluctuate. She worried. The boats adjusted. They floated. They passed. Tamsin learned that water knows how to settle itself. Letting go can mean trusting natural balance. As we listen, balance may find us without effort. Thoughts settle. Awareness softens. Another story comes from a hillside vineyard. A grape sorter named Lucia selected only the best fruit. She discarded the rest. One season, she kept everything. The wine tasted different, earthier, richer. Letting go of strict selection can deepen complexity. Life is not meant to be filtered constantly. Some richness comes from inclusion. Another story drifts in, slow and steady. A rope bridge maintainer named Iran checked knots daily. He feared failure. One morning, he noticed birds resting on the ropes. The bridge held. Aaron realized the bridge was stronger than his fear suggested. Letting go of constant checking can restore trust. We do not need to monitor our rest. Rest arrives when monitoring stops. Another story arrives from a mountain village where a snow clearer named Hannah worked. Hannah cleared paths after each snowfall. She prided herself on speed. One winter, snow fell constantly. She grew exhausted. She waited. Villagers walked through snow slowly. They helped each other. Paths emerged naturally. Hannah joined them instead of racing ahead. Letting go of urgency can create shared ease. Another story comes from a small observatory. A star chart updater named Milo revised charts regularly. He chased accuracy. One night, clouds covered the sky. He could not see anything. He closed the observatory and sat outside. The clouds moved. Stars appeared without needing charts. Letting go of representation can reveal direct experience. Tonight, we do not need to label what we feel. We can allow it to be what it is. Another story reaches us, almost weightless. A river stone arranger named Selma placed stones along banks. She sought symmetry. A flood scattered them. The riverbank stabilized anyway. Selma arranged less after that. Not all order must be imposed. Another story arrives quietly. A lantern carrier named Thomas carried light through alleys each night. One evening, his lantern went out. Moonlight guided him. Letting go can reveal support already present. As the night deepens, support may feel subtle. It does not announce itself. It simply holds. Another story drifts in from a coastal watchtower. A signal flag raiser named Inez signaled ships daily. She feared missing one. One foggy morning, no ships came. She lowered the flags and sat. The sea remained calm. Letting go of constant readiness can bring rest. Another story comes from a meadow. A grass cutter named Ronan trimmed regularly. He preferred evenness. One patch he left untouched. Flowers appeared. Letting go can invite beauty we did not plan. Another story arrives, slower than the rest. A book restorer named Mira repaired bindings. She feared pages falling loose. One book was too fragile. She stopped repairing it. She read it instead. The story stayed with her longer than any repair. Letting go of preservation can allow presence. As the night continues, presence may feel faint or strong or unnecessary. All are acceptable. Another story reaches us from a small bridge. A toll bell ringer named Yaros rang to signal crossing. One day, he forgot. People crossed anyway. Life does not pause when we pause. Another story drifts in. A river reed cutter named Salma harvested reeds carefully. One season, she harvested less. The riverbank stabilized. Wildlife returned. Letting go can restore balance beyond our plans. Another story comes, almost whispering. A night baker named Olivio set alarms to check ovens. One night, he slept through one. The bread was darker. Customers loved it. Not all deviations are failures. As the night grows later, the stories begin to thin. Not because there are none left, but because fewer are needed. Letting go has moved from theme to texture, from idea to atmosphere. Words continue, but they do not need to be followed. They can fade. They can blur. They can dissolve into the quiet between thoughts. The night remains steady, and nothing is being asked of us now. As the night continues to widen, even the rhythm of the stories begins to slow. They arrive like distant lights seen from a train, present, but not urgent. They do not ask us to follow. They are content to be noticed, or not noticed at all. Letting go often feels like this, a gradual easing, a quiet permission for things to move without our supervision. Another story comes from a wide orchard where a ladder keeper named Etta worked. Etta maintained ladders used for harvesting fruit. She checked each rung carefully. She worried about weakness. One season, an old ladder cracked. Etta repaired it again and again. She refused to discard it. A young worker named Cairo finally spoke. "It doesn't need fixing," he said. "It needs rest." Etta hesitated. Then she set the ladder aside. The harvest continued. New ladders were used. Nothing was lost. Etta learned that persistence can become attachment when it forgets to listen. Letting go can mean recognizing when something has already given all it can. We often push ourselves past usefulness, past kindness, past rest. Tonight, rest does not need to be earned. Another story drifts in from a riverside path where a stone counter named Aldrich worked. Aldrich counted stones used in construction. He prided himself on accuracy. One afternoon, rain washed some stones away. The count was wrong. Aldrich felt unsettled, but the structure held. He stopped recounting. Letting go can mean trusting what has already been built. As we listen, we may notice trust emerging quietly. Not confidence, not certainty, just a soft sense that nothing is urgently required. Another story arrives from a mountain road where a cart brake adjuster named Leora worked. Leora adjusted brakes constantly. She feared steep descents. One day, she rode with a driver named Pavan. He descended slowly. He trusted momentum. The cart rolled smoothly. Leora adjusted less afterward. Letting go can mean allowing flow to do some of the work. We often hold tension where gravity would suffice. Another story comes from a coastal village. A sail folder named Merrick folded sails precisely. He disliked creases. One storm damaged many sails. Merrick folded them anyway. Creases remained. The sails worked just as well. Marek folded more gently after that. Letting go can soften our touch. As the night deepens, touch becomes lighter. Thoughts brush by instead of gripping. Another story drifts in, quiet as footsteps on sand. A watchtower cleaner named Isolde polished windows daily. She believed clarity was essential. One morning, fog covered the glass. Polishing changed nothing. Isolde sat and watched fog move. Letting go can mean waiting instead of working. Waiting does not require effort. It arrives naturally when effort pauses. Another story comes from a forest edge. A leaf collector named Bram gathered fallen leaves. He cleared paths meticulously. One autumn, he stopped early. Leaves layered the ground. Paths softened. Walkers slowed. They listened to the sound beneath their feet. Bram smiled. Letting go of neatness can invite texture. Tonight, texture is allowed. Unevenness is allowed. Drift is allowed. Another story reaches us from a small dock. A rope coil keeper named Nira coiled ropes tightly. She feared tangles. One night, she left them loose. They did not tangle. Nira slept longer. Letting go can reveal fears that were never tested. As the hours pass, fears may feel distant, or they may arise and fade. Both are fine. Another story arrives from a hillside mill. A grain sorter named Ilona separated grains carefully. She rejected irregular ones. One season, she kept everything. The flour tasted richer. Letting go of exclusion can deepen nourishment. We do not need to filter tonight. We can allow whatever arises to be present. Another story drifts in, slow and unhurried. A door hinge oiler named Cebus oiled hinges weekly. He disliked squeaks. One hinge squeaked anyway. He listened to it. The sound reminded him to move slowly through the doorway. Cebus oiled less after that. Letting go can turn irritation into reminder. Another story comes from a hillside pasture. A fence walker named Talia inspected fences daily. she feared escape. One morning, she noticed animals resting against the fence held without inspection. Talia rested too. Letting go can create shared rest. As we listen, rest may spread gently, not as sleep yet, just as ease. Another story arrives from a river bend. A current measurer named Rowan measured flow rates. He recorded numbers. One day, his instruments failed. He watched leaves instead. He learned more. Letting go of instruments can reveal intuition. Tonight, intuition may guide us into sleep, or not. Either way is acceptable. Another story comes from a high bridge. A wind tester named Kalia measured gusts. She prepared warnings. One day, wind shifted unpredictably. She stopped measuring. She held the rail. She felt the air. Letting go can mean experiencing directly instead of calculating. As the night deepens, experience becomes simpler. Sound, silence, darkness. Another story arrives, almost fading as it appears. A paper folder named Evo folded letters neatly. He disliked wrinkles. One letter arrived already crumpled. He left it. The message was still clear. Letting go can preserve what matters most. Another story drifts in. A sunrise announcer named Joran announced dawn each day. One morning, he overslept. The sun rose anyway. Joran laughed. Not everything needs announcing. As the night stretches on, nothing needs announcing now. No transition, no instruction, no conclusion. Another story comes from a hillside bell. A bell rope repairer named Sina tightened knots. She feared looseness. One knot loosened. The bell rang more softly. People preferred it. Sina tied looser knots after that. Letting go can soften the world. Another story arrives from a wide field. A path trampler named Olek kept paths clear. He walked the same lines daily. One path grew over. People made new ones. Olek followed them. Letting go can mean following life instead of directing it. As the night continues, following becomes easier. Not following thoughts. Not following words. Just allowing. Another story drifts in. A tide marker named Asha marked high water daily. One day, waves erased her marks. She smiled. The tide still came and went. Letting go can mean accepting cycles without marking them. Another story comes, quieter still. A firewood stacker named Benno arranged logs carefully. One stack fell. He rebuilt nothing. The wood burned just the same. Structure is helpful, but it is not sacred. Another story arrives from a hillside path. A mile counter named Wren counted steps. He tracked progress. One day, he forgot the count. He enjoyed the walk more. Letting go of measurement can restore pleasure. As the night grows later, pleasure may fade into neutrality, neutrality into rest. Another story drifts in, barely forming. A bell coverer named Mael covered bells during storms. One storm passed uncovered. The bells rang wildly. The village smiled. Sometimes letting go allows expression we did not expect. Another story comes softly. A lamp trimmer named Una trimmed wicks precisely. One wick burned unevenly. The light was warmer. Una trimmed less. Letting go can warm experience. Another story arrives, slow and gentle. A shoreline sweeper named Kian swept sand daily. Tides erased his work nightly. He stopped sweeping. He watched waves instead. Letting go can align us with larger rhythms. As the words continue, they grow less distinct. This is not fading. It is settling. Another story reaches us. A path lantern fixer named Oriel fixed lanterns each dusk. One lantern went out. Stars appeared brighter. Letting go can reveal other sources of light. As the night deepens further, light becomes optional. So do words. Another story drifts in. A window shutter opener named Freya opened shutters each morning. One morning, she did not. The room was calm. Freya rested. Not all openings are required. Another story comes from a distant hill. A flag raiser named Thomas raised flags daily. One day, no wind came. The flags hung still. Thomas sat. Stillness arrived without effort. As the night carries on, stillness does not need to be held. It holds us. Another story floats by, almost dissolving. A water jar filler named Luan filled jars carefully. One jar cracked. Water soaked into the ground. Nothing was wasted. Letting go can be redistribution, not loss. Another story arrives softly. A night bell watcher named Sira stayed awake listening. One night, she slept. The bell remained silent. Morning came. Letting go can mean trusting silence. As the night stretches on, silence grows kinder. It does not demand attention. It simply exists. Another story comes, faint as a dream. A paperweight collector named Nilo gathered heavy stones. One day, he used fewer. The papers stayed put. Sometimes weight is unnecessary. Letting go can lighten the mind. As the words slow further, they become less important. The spaces between them grow larger. Those spaces do not need filling. The night continues its steady work, holding, softening, allowing, and somewhere in this gentle unfolding, letting go is no longer something we consider. It is simply happening on its own, as naturally as sleep finding its way when nothing is left to hold. As the night moves on, the stories arrive more slowly now, as if they are no longer trying to reach us, but are content to drift nearby, like distant lights reflected on water. Letting go, by this hour, does not feel like an effort. It feels like a gentle agreement with gravity. Another story comes from a quiet harbor where a knot untier named Varro worked. Varro's job was to untie ropes when boats arrived. He took pride in speed, in efficiency. He believed knots were problems meant to be solved quickly. One evening, a weathered sailor named Edrin arrived late. His boat rocked gently. The knot at the dock was old and tight. Varro pulled. The rope resisted. Edrin watched and said, "It's been holding all day. It won't rush now." Varro paused. He loosened his grip. He followed the rope instead of forcing it. The knot opened easily. After that, Varro worked differently. He stopped wrestling with knots. He listened to them. Letting go can mean shifting from force to attention, not trying harder, but trying less. As the night deepens, effort naturally recedes. We are not required to untie every knot of thought. Some loosen on their own when we stop pulling. Another story drifts in from a hillside bakery. A dough turner named Celio kneaded bread each dawn. He pressed firmly. He believed strength created structure. One morning, his hands were tired. He kneaded more gently. The dough rose higher. Celio smiled. Not all structure comes from pressure. Some comes from patience. Letting go can allow what is already alive to do its work. Another story comes from a quiet canal where a bridge watcher named Lisa lived. Lisa watched boats pass beneath her bridge. She worried constantly about collisions. She shouted warnings even when none were needed. One night, her voice gave out. She could only whisper. Boats passed safely. Lisa realized how little was required. Letting go can mean discovering that our constant alerts were not keeping things safe. They were only keeping us tense. As we listen now, the mind may stop alerting. Thoughts may pass without commentary. This is not absence. It is ease. Another story arrives from a grain loft where a sack tier named Borin worked. Borin tied sacks tightly. He feared spilling. One sack burst anyway. Grain scattered across the floor. Instead of retightening everything, Borin swept. He fed birds outside. The loft felt lighter. Letting go does not always mean preventing loss. Sometimes it means responding without resistance. Another story drifts in from a lakeside pier. A water depth marker named Selvi painted lines on posts. She measured carefully. One season, water levels changed too often. She repainted constantly. She grew exhausted. She stopped repainting. She watched reflections instead. The lake remained. Letting go can mean releasing the need to keep score. As the night continues, scorekeeping fades. There is no tally of how well we are doing, no mark for progress. Another story comes from a workshop filled with wind chimes. A chime tuner named Oren adjusted tones precisely. He believed harmony came from control. One chime slipped out of tune. He left it. When the wind blew, the chime added a gentle irregularity. The sound felt alive. Oren tuned less after that. Letting go can invite movement where rigidity once lived. Another story arrives quietly. A stair sweeper named Maribel swept steps each evening. She liked order. One night, leaves covered the steps. She did not sweep. In the morning, people noticed the leaves. They slowed. They held the railing. No one fell. Maribel swept less after that. Letting go of constant maintenance can invite awareness. As we listen, awareness does not need to be sharp. It can be diffused. It can rest. Another story drifts in from a coastal lighthouse. A lens cleaner named Ovid cleaned glass daily. He feared dimming. One foggy night, cleaning did nothing. He sat inside. The fog passed. The light shone again. Letting go can mean waiting for conditions to change on their own. Tonight, waiting requires no patience. It happens without effort. Another story comes from a mountain meadow. A path edge trimmer named Elska trimmed grass neatly. She believed clear edges guided travelers. One edge grew wild. People still found their way. Elska stopped trimming so often. Letting go can reveal that guidance was already present. Another story arrives from a small boat shed. A paddle rack keeper named Thorin arranged paddles carefully. He worried about scratches. One paddle fell. It gained a mark. It worked just as well. Thorin worried less. Letting go can mean accepting marks as evidence of use, not failure. Another story drifts in, slower than the rest. A candle snuffer named Iria snuffed candles each night. She feared fire. One candle burned out on its own. Nothing happened. Iria trusted endings more after that. Letting go can mean trusting that things know how to finish. As the night deepens, thoughts may finish mid-sentence. Dreams may begin before sleep is named. This is all right. Another story comes from a hillside library. A book return clerk named Norin tracked due dates carefully. She worried about loss. One book never returned. Years passed. A traveler returned it one day, weathered, loved. Norin smiled. Letting go does not always mean things disappear forever. Sometimes they return, changed. Another story arrives from a distant field. A bell grass cutter named Sava trimmed grass around bells so sound could travel. One season, grass grew tall. Sound softened. People liked it. Sava cut less. Letting go can soften what was once sharp. Another story drifts in from a narrow alley. A lampshade adjuster named Cora adjusted shades to direct light. One shade slipped. Light spread differently. The alley felt warmer. Cora adjusted fewer shades. Letting go can change how light arrives. As the hours pass, light itself becomes less important. Darkness feels friendly. Another story comes from a hillside spring. A water jar stopper named Ansel sealed jars tightly. He feared spills. One stopper cracked. Water leaked slowly. Plants nearby grew greener. Ansel sealed less tightly. Letting go can allow nourishment to spread. Another story arrives, quiet and unassuming. A bridge step counter named Yorin counted steps for maintenance. One day, he lost count. He crossed anyway. The bridge held. Yorin stopped counting. Letting go can mean trusting what has already proven itself. Another story drifts in from a shoreline path. A tide broom keeper named Loon swept sand markings daily. Tides erased them nightly. One night, she did not sweep. She watched the tide instead. Loon slept better. Letting go can align us with rhythms larger than ourselves. As the night continues, rhythm replaces intention. Words become part of the rhythm, or fade from it. Another story comes from a stone archway. An arch keystone checker named Bramley inspected stones often. He feared collapse. One inspection was skipped. The arch stood. Bramley rested. Letting go can reveal stability beneath our fear. Another story arrives from a hillside windmill. A blade balancer named Otero adjusted weights constantly. He chased perfect spin. One blade remained uneven. The mill turned anyway. Grain ground. Life continued. Otero adjusted less. Letting go can show us that function does not require perfection. Another story drifts in, almost like a dream. A road dust smoother named Pisha smoothed dust for travelers. Wind undid her work. She stopped smoothing. She sat under a tree. The road remained passable. Letting go can free time for rest. Another story comes from a village square. A banner straightener named Calix straightened banners daily. One banner twisted. People smiled. It looked festive. Calix smiled too. Letting go can add lightness. As the night moves deeper, lightness may feel like drifting, like floating, like nothing needing attention. Another story arrives from a narrow river crossing. A ferry bell tapper named Ilma tapped a bell before each crossing. One crossing. She forgot. The ferry crossed safely. Ilma laughed quietly. Not all rituals need perfect repetition. Another story drifts in from a hillside farm. A seed row aligner named Vero aligned rows precisely. One row curved. The crop grew well. Vero aligned less. Letting go can let life find its own pattern. Another story comes, faint as a whisper. A dusk watcher named Sina stayed awake to mark twilight. One evening, she slept early. Twilight came anyway. Sina rested. Letting go can mean trusting transitions. As the words continue now, they thin further. They do not need to be held. They do not need to be followed. The night itself has taken over the teaching. Stories pass. Silence expands. Understanding loosens its grip. There is nothing to conclude, nothing to finish, nothing to remember. Only this gentle unfolding, where letting go is no longer something we hear about, but something quietly happening, as naturally as sleep arriving when the last effort has already drifted away. As the night continues, the stories seem to arrive on their own, without being summoned. They come the way sleep comes, not by effort, but by easing, letting go. By now, may feel less like a theme and more like a background condition. The way darkness supports rest without announcing itself. Another story drifts in from a quiet upland road. There lived a milestone painter named Jarek. Jarek repainted distance markers along the road each spring. He liked crisp numbers, clear direction. One year, rain washed the paint thin. The numbers faded unevenly. Travelers still found their way. Some stopped to ask for directions. They talked longer. They shared food. Yarek noticed the road felt warmer, less rushed. He repainted fewer markers the next year. Letting go can soften urgency. When we stop pointing so clearly forward, we sometimes notice where we already are. Another story arrives from a narrow river inlet. A dock plank replacer named Alowan replaced worn boards as soon as they creaked. She feared weakness. One plank creaked no matter what she did. She left it. Fishermen learned to step carefully. They paused. They balanced. No one fell. Alowan realized that sound can be guidance, not a flaw. Letting go can mean allowing small warnings instead of erasing them. As we listen now, thoughts may creak softly. That is not a problem. They do not need replacing. They can simply be heard and then allowed to pass. Another story drifts in from a hillside village at dusk. A smoke watcher named Pavel lit signal fires to warn of storms. He scanned the horizon constantly. One evening, clouds gathered slowly. Pavel prepared the fire, but an elder named Roshni touched his arm. "Let the sky speak first," she said. Pavel waited. The storm passed around the village. After that, Pavel waited more often. Letting go can mean allowing events to declare themselves instead of anticipating every outcome. Anticipation is tiring. Waiting is gentler. Another story arrives from a stone bridge spanning a shallow ravine. A moss scraper named Ivar scraped moss from stones each week. He wanted secure footing. One winter, frost made scraping impossible. Moss remained. People walked slowly. They held the railing. They noticed the ravine. No one slipped. Ivar scraped less after that. Letting go can invite care from those who pass through. Instead of carrying all responsibility alone, as the night deepens, responsibility loosens. We are not responsible for staying awake. We are not responsible for understanding. Another story comes quietly from a lantern workshop. A glass shade fitter named Maro adjusted shades to direct light downward. He believed light should be controlled. One shade cracked slightly. Light spilled sideways. The room felt softer. Maro left the crack. Letting go can change the quality of what we offer, without diminishing it. Another story drifts in from a hillside pasture. A bell cow tracker named Lynette followed bells closely. She feared losing track of the herd. One bell fell silent. The cow remained nearby. Lynette stopped tracking so tightly. She watched the landscape instead. The herd stayed together. Letting go can widen perception. When we stop focusing on one signal, we notice many. Tonight, perception may widen or fade. Both are welcome. Another story arrives from a small coastal workshop. A net float tester named Kale tested each float carefully. He disliked imbalance. One float absorbed water and sank slightly. The net still held fish. Kale tested less strictly. Letting go can mean allowing systems to adjust themselves. Another story drifts in from a mountain trail shelter. A supply checker named Yara checked inventories daily. She feared shortages. One day, she forgot. Travelers shared supplies instead. The shelter felt alive. Yara checked less often. Letting go can invite cooperation. As the night continues, cooperation between mind and body becomes simpler. There is no negotiation, only rest gradually taking the lead. Another story comes from a quiet courtyard. A stone washer named Matteo washed stones weekly. He liked clean surfaces. One rainstorm washed them for him. He watched. The stones gleamed. Matteo rested. Letting go can mean allowing natural processes to do their work. Another story arrives from a low valley path. A signpost straightener named Rika straightened signs after every storm. She feared confusion. One sign leaned. Travelers still understood. Rika let it lean. Letting go can reveal how much clarity already exists. Another story drifts in, soft as fog. A harbor light timer named Andre set lights precisely. He feared darkness. One night, the timer failed. Moonlight reflected off water. Boats docked safely. Andre trusted darkness more after that. Letting go can teach us that light arrives in many forms. As the night grows later, light may be internal, or absent, or unnecessary. Another story comes from a hillside kiln. A clay temperature recorder named Suna monitored heat carefully. She feared cracks. One firing ran hotter than planned. The pottery emerged strong. Suna adjusted less. Letting go can strengthen what we thought was fragile. Another story drifts in from a narrow footpath. A step marker named Arlen marked uneven stones. One marker fell. People watched their footing more closely. Arlen marked fewer stones. Letting go can awaken attention instead of dulling it. Another story arrives from a small bridge at night. A crossing watcher named Amina stayed awake to watch travelers. She feared accidents. One night, she slept briefly. No one fell. Amina rested more. Letting go can reveal that vigilance is sometimes heavier than necessary. As the night continues, vigilance softens. Attention widens. Sleep may begin to touch the edges of awareness. Another story comes from a wind-swept ridge. A weather flag mender named Soren repaired flags torn by wind. He disliked disorder. One torn flag fluttered freely. People smiled when they saw it. Soren left it. Letting go can introduce joy we did not plan. Another story drifts in from a riverside bench. A water ripple counter named Ilya counted ripples to measure flow. One day, he stopped counting. He watched reflections instead. He felt calm. Letting go can replace measurement with presence. Another story arrives quietly. A bell echo tester named Runa tested acoustics. She wanted consistency. One echo lingered longer. She listened. It felt peaceful. Runa tested less. Letting go can lengthen what soothes us. Another story comes from a hillside spring. A stone cap lifter named Thomas lifted covers daily to check water. One day, he did not. The spring flowed anyway. Thomas rested. Letting go can show us what does not need checking. Another story drifts in from a wide plain. A horizon measurer named Alex measured distances with instruments. One day, she watched the horizon without measuring. It felt endless, comforting. Letting go can dissolve edges. As the night deepens, edges soften. Thoughts lose definition. Awareness floats. Another story arrives, barely formed. A night path whisperer named Naren whispered directions to late travelers. One night, he was silent. Travelers listened to their steps. They arrived. Letting go can encourage inner guidance. Another story drifts in from a hilltop shelter. A storm door tester named Halden tested latches constantly. One latch loosened. The door held. Halden slept. Letting go can feel like trusting gravity to do its work. Another story comes from a quiet harbor. A rope end burner named Kalya sealed rope ends to prevent fraying. One end frayed anyway. The rope held. Kalya burned fewer ends. Letting go can show us resilience beneath appearance. Another story arrives from a winding trail. A bend sign painter named Ose painted warnings before curves. One sign faded. People slowed naturally. Ose painted fewer warnings. Letting go can let intuition step forward. As the night carries on, intuition may guide us gently toward sleep or toward quiet wakefulness. Both are fine. Another story drifts in from a courtyard fountain. A splash reducer named Mira adjusted flow to reduce noise. One adjustment failed. Water splashed freely. Children laughed. Mira adjusted less. Letting go can release sound, movement, life. Another story comes from a narrow pass. A footstep counter named Ishan counted travelers. One count was missed. The pass remained busy. Ishan stopped counting. Letting go can free attention for rest. As the words thin further, they begin to resemble the night itself, steady, uninsistent, present. Another story arrives, soft as breath. A gate latch tester named Bryn tested locks each evening. One night, she forgot. The gate stayed closed. Bryn smiled. Letting go can be a smile, small and private. Another story drifts in from a quiet shoreline. A wave timer named Celine timed waves precisely. One evening, she stopped timing. The waves continued. Celine rested. Letting go can align us with rhythms that need no witness. As the night deepens, witnessing becomes optional. Listening becomes diffuse. Rest begins to take the lead. Another story arrives, barely there. A final story, or perhaps not final at all. A night holder named Cato believed his job was to stay awake so others could sleep. One night, he slept too. Morning came. Nothing was missing. Cato understood then that the night does not need guarding. It carries itself. And as the night continues now, it carries us too. Gently, without asking, without effort. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to hold. Only this quiet unfolding, where letting go has already happened, and rest is free to arrive whenever it wishes. As the night continues, even the sense of continuation grows faint. Stories do not follow one another so much as they drift, like leaves carried by slow water, sometimes visible, sometimes already gone before we notice. Letting go, by now, is not something we are practicing. It is simply the way the night is holding us. Another story comes from a quiet salt plain where a crystal gatherer named Virel worked. Virel collected salt crystals after the water evaporated. She preferred perfect shapes. She sorted carefully, discarding irregular pieces. One season, heat came early. Crystals formed too quickly. Most were uneven. Virel felt disappointment, then fatigue. She kept them all. When used, the salt tasted the same. Meals were shared. No one complained. Virel stopped sorting so strictly. She let the crystals be what they were. Letting go can mean realizing that what we feared losing was never at risk. Another story drifts in from a narrow gorge where a bridge rope watcher named Sauron lived. Sauron listened for fraying. He touched ropes each morning. He believed his vigilance kept the bridge safe. One morning, he overslept. He ran to the bridge, heart racing. Nothing had changed. The ropes held. The bridge stood. Sioran rested more after that. Letting go can be a quiet lesson in trust, learned not through effort, but through absence. Another story comes from a hillside shed where a tool sharpener named Elric worked. Elric sharpened blades for farmers. He prided himself on keen edges. One blade resisted sharpening. Elric worked longer, harder. Finally, he stopped. He returned the blade as it was. The farmer used it. It cut well enough. Elric began to recognize well enough as a place where rest could begin. Letting go can mean recognizing sufficiency before exhaustion sets in. As we listen now, sufficiency may already be here. Enough stories, enough sound, enough awareness. Another story arrives from a low valley road. A pebble remover named Anwen cleared small stones daily. She wanted smooth passage. One day, rain washed new pebbles in. She felt weary. She left them. Travelers adjusted their steps. No one stumbled. Anwen removed fewer pebbles afterward. Letting go can allow adaptation instead of constant correction. Another story drifts in from a hillside granary. A latch tester named Kestel tested doors each night. He feared animals entering. One night, he forgot. The grain remained untouched. Kestel slept deeper. Letting go can reveal how little protection is sometimes required. Another story comes from a winding riverbank. A reed cutter named Olmar trimmed reeds to keep the bank tidy. He worked daily. One season, illness kept him away. Reeds grew tall. Birds nested. The bank held firm. Olmar trimmed less after that. Letting go can invite life we did not anticipate. Another story arrives softly from a mountain ledge. A cairn builder named Senna stacked stones to mark trails. She rebuilt them after storms. One cairn fell and was not rebuilt. Travelers still found their way by the ridge. Senna smiled. Letting go can mean trusting the landscape itself. As the night deepens, we may notice trusting the body more, trusting sleep, trusting the absence of control. Another story drifts in from a narrow alleyway. A broomkeeper named Jorik swept dust each evening. He feared build-up. One evening, he sat instead. Dust settled quietly. In the morning, it was no worse. Jorik swept less. Letting go can save energy without creating harm. Another story comes from a hillside bell shed. A bell rope coiler named Izara coiled rope precisely. She disliked slack. One coil loosened. The bell rang freely. The sound carried farther. Izara coiled less tightly after that. letting go can increase reach. Another story arrives from a small observatory. A shutter opener named Caldra opened roof panels nightly. One night, clouds covered the sky. He did not open them. He listened to rain. The observatory rested. Letting go can mean listening instead of looking. Another story drifts in from a riverside village. A fish counter named Vesha counted catches carefully. She worried about scarcity. One day, nets were light. She felt fear. The next day, they were full. Vesha counted less. Letting go can soften anxiety about cycles we do not control. Another story comes from a stone courtyard. A crack filler named Thalen filled cracks as soon as they appeared. He feared damage. One crack spread slowly. He watched. The stones remained solid. Thalen filled fewer cracks. Letting go can allow structures to breathe. As we rest, breathing does not need attention. It happens on its own. Another story arrives from a coastal cliff. A warning horn keeper named Mirith sounded horns during rough seas. One evening, she did not. Boats navigated carefully. They arrived. Mirith trusted sailors more after that. Letting go can mean trusting others and not carrying everything alone. Another story drifts in from a narrow field. A furrow straightener named Palin straightened planting rows. He valued order. One row curved. The crop grew well. Palin straightened less. Letting go can allow growth without rigidity. Another story comes from a night-lit corridor. A torch replacer named Isol replaced torches before they dimmed. One torch dimmed slowly. She watched it. The corridor felt calmer. Isol replaced fewer torches. Letting go can soften transitions. Another story arrives from a small watch hut. A gate sound listener named Breno listened for creaks. He feared intrusion. One night, wind creaked the gate. Nothing followed. Breno slept through the next night. Letting go can mean allowing harmless noise to be noise. Another story drifts in from a meadow at dusk. A cricket counter named Salin counted sounds to mark evening. One night, he stopped counting. He listened. The evening felt longer. Letting go can stretch time in gentle ways. Another story comes from a hillside spring. A water clarity checker named Elira checked daily. She feared contamination. One day, the water clouded briefly, then cleared. Elira checked less often. Letting go can trust natural correction. Another story arrives from a forest edge. A trail ribbon-tier named Omero tied ribbons to guide hikers. One ribbon fell. Hikers followed footprints instead. Omero tied fewer ribbons. Letting go can allow shared paths to emerge. Another story drifts in. nearly weightless. A roof tile aligner named Fenra aligned tiles precisely. One tile shifted. The roof held. Fenra rested. Letting go can reveal durability beneath our fears. Another story comes from a stone well. A bucket watcher named Kalen watched water levels closely. One day, he looked away. The bucket filled. Kalen smiled. Letting go can be a simple smile, a quiet relief. Another story arrives from a long hallway. A step echo measurer named Ruvan measured sound. He adjusted floors. One echo lingered. He listened. It felt soothing. Ruvan measured less. Letting go can allow comfort to emerge from imperfection. Another story drifts in from a night garden. A dew shaker named Miri shook leaves at dawn to prevent mold. One morning, she slept late. Dew evaporated on its own. Miri shook fewer leaves. Letting go can align us with the sun's quiet work. Another story comes from a distant ridge. A signal mirror cleaner named Tovan cleaned mirrors daily. One mirror dulled. The signal still flashed. Tovan cleaned less. Letting go can mean trusting redundancy. Another story arrives, soft as a half-remembered dream. A stone path warmer named Ilun placed mats to prevent cold. One night, she forgot. Travelers walked carefully. They arrived. Ilun rested. Letting go can reveal that care does not always need intervention. Another story drifts in from a quiet cove. A tide rope adjuster named Sarek adjusted lines constantly. One tide shifted. He did nothing. The boat floated. Sarek slept. Letting go can be sleeping instead of adjusting. Another story comes from a hillside farm. A scare bird caller named Nylan called birds away loudly. One morning, he stayed silent. Birds perched, crops survived. Nylan called less. Letting go can reduce noise without increasing harm. Another story arrives from a winding stair. A handrail polisher named Quira polished daily. One day, she stopped. The rail was still smooth enough. Quira rested her hands. Letting go can protect tenderness. Another story drifts in from a moonlit path. A night marker named Solon placed stones to guide walkers. One night, moonlight was enough. Solon placed fewer stones. Letting go can notice what is already present. As the night carries on, presence itself becomes enough. Another story comes, almost dissolving as it forms. A dawn caller named Irino believed his job was to announce morning. One morning, he slept. The birds sang. Irino smiled. Letting go can reveal that life does not wait for our permission. And as this night continues now, there is no need to announce anything, no need to call for sleep, no need to mark the hour. The stories thin, the spaces widen, the holding eases. Letting go is no longer something we hear about. It is simply the way the night is moving, slowly, gently, carrying us without asking toward whatever rest is already finding its way. As the night continues, even the idea of continuing begins to soften. Stories no longer arrive as events. They arrive as background, like the hum of a distant road that tells us we are not alone, without asking us to listen. Letting go, at this hour, is no longer something we approach. It is something that approaches us. Another story drifts in from a long causeway where a stone aligner named Orest worked. Orest aligned stones so carts could pass smoothly. He measured gaps. He adjusted angles. He believed alignment prevented trouble. One season, shifting ground undid his careful work overnight. Stones tilted, lines bent. Orest stood in the early light, tired before the day began. He did not realign them immediately. Carts passed more slowly. Drivers paid attention. No wheels broke. Orest aligned less after that. Letting go can mean allowing slowness to replace precision. Slowness often carries its own intelligence. Another story arrives from a small hilltop where a windscreen builder named Kalen lived. Kalen built wooden screens to block wind for resting travelers. He repaired them often. One storm shattered several screens. Kalen planned to rebuild at once. But travelers sat anyway, backs to the hill. They leaned into coats. They shared warmth. Kalen rebuilt fewer screens. Letting go can reveal that people know how to adjust. As the night deepens, the body knows how to adjust too. It shifts. It releases. It finds positions without instruction. Another story comes from a wide river delta. A channel marker named Sevra placed poles to guide boats through shallow water. She checked them daily. One flood swept markers away. Boats waited. Then followed the deeper current naturally. Sevra replaced fewer markers afterward. Letting go can mean trusting flow instead of forcing direction. Another story drifts in from a quiet workshop. A hinge tester named Branco tested doors repeatedly. He disliked uncertainty. One hinge squeaked softly. He listened. The sound reminded him to move gently. Branco stopped oiling that hinge. Letting go can turn irritation into guidance. Another story arrives from a narrow stairwell. A candle holder named Mirel replaced candles before they burned low. He feared darkness. One night, a candle burned out. Moonlight filled the stairwell. Mirel sat on the step and rested. Letting go can allow darkness to be enough. As the night continues, darkness may feel familiar, not empty, just quiet. Another story comes from a hillside pasture. A trough filler named Nadia filled water troughs to the brim each morning. She feared scarcity. One morning, she filled them halfway. The animals drank. They were satisfied. Nadia filled less after that. Letting go can show us that abundance is not always full. Another story drifts in from a riverside footpath. A stepping stone arranger named Irek aligned stones across shallow water. He adjusted them constantly. One stone sank slightly. People stepped carefully. They balanced. No one slipped. Irek adjusted less. Letting go can invite presence instead of convenience. Another story comes from a narrow lane at dusk. A lantern wick trimmer named Karis trimmed wicks precisely. She disliked uneven flames. One wick burned long. The flame flickered warmly. People lingered under its light. Karis trimmed fewer wicks. Letting go can soften atmosphere. As the hours pass, atmosphere matters more than clarity. Tone matters more than meaning. Another story arrives from a ridge above a village. A signal drum keeper named Oswin beat warnings at the first sign of weather change. He believed readiness prevented fear. One evening, clouds gathered slowly. Oswin waited. The clouds passed. Oswin waited more often after that. Letting go can mean allowing events to announce themselves. Another story drifts in from a quiet barn. A ladder-rung inspector named Evala checked each rung before use. She feared falls. One rung creaked. She used it anyway. Slowly. It held. Evala checked less. Letting go can mean trusting the ground beneath us. As we listen now, the ground is already supporting us. Nothing needs to be held up. Another story comes from a coastal bluff. A fog bell timer named Ryan rang bells on schedule. One night, fog arrived early. Ryan rang nothing. Ships slowed. They listened. Ryan trusted silence more after that. Letting go can allow others to use their own senses. Another story arrives from a garden path. A pebble sorter named Linnea sorted stones by size. She preferred uniformity. One section remained unsorted. Children played there longer. Linnea left it unsorted. Letting go can create space for play. Another story drifts in from a stone well. A rope depth marker named Pavel marked water levels daily. He worried. One day, he did not mark. The bucket returned full. Pavel worried less. Letting go can mean allowing reassurance to arrive on its own. Another story comes from a high meadow. A windsock stitcher named Alva repaired tears quickly. She feared misreading the wind. One sock frayed. It fluttered gently. Pilots read it just fine. Alva stitched less tightly. Letting go can preserve flexibility. As the night deepens, flexibility increases. Thoughts bend. Attention softens. Another story arrives from a covered bridge. A plank counter named Joris counted boards each month. He feared decay. 1 month, he forgot. The bridge stood. Joris counted less. Letting go can free time for stillness. Another story drifts in from a village edge. A dust suppressor named Vina sprinkled water on roads daily. One day, she skipped. Dust settled on its own. Vina rested. Letting go can mean trusting settling. Another story comes from a quiet corner of a market. A scale calibrator named Henzo adjusted weights constantly. He feared unfairness. One scale drifted slightly. Customers still trusted him. Henzo relaxed. Letting go can preserve trust rather than threaten it. Another story arrives from a river bend. A ripple marker named Ceylon marked current changes with stones. One day, he stopped marking. The river still flowed. Ceylon watched instead. Letting go can replace marking with witnessing. As we listen, witnessing may fade too, and that is fine. Another story drifts in from a stone arch. A keystone watcher named Mireia inspected often. She feared collapse. One inspection was skipped. The arch held. Mireia rested. Letting go can reveal how much strength already exists. Another story comes from a hillside orchard. A branch support tier named Thomason tied branches upright. One branch bent naturally. Fruit ripened anyway. Thomason tied fewer branches. Letting go can allow natural shape. Another story arrives from a narrow pass. A warning sign painter named Kalo painted bold signs. One sign faded. Travelers slowed instinctively. Kalo painted fewer signs. Letting go can allow instinct to return. Another story drifts in from a sheltered inlet. A tide chart updater named Ison updated charts nightly. One night, he slept. The tide followed the moon. Ison smiled. Letting go can accept larger rhythms. As the night stretches on, larger rhythms carry us. Breathing, gravity, darkness. Another story comes from a stone courtyard. A crack listener named Orla listened for stress sounds. She feared damage. One crack sounded softly. Nothing followed. Orla listened less. Letting go can quiet vigilance. Another story arrives from a low-lit hall. A echo dampener named Varek padded walls to reduce sound. One echo remained. People liked it. Varek padded less. Letting go can let sound breathe. Another story drifts in from a hillside spring. A capstone lifter named Rio lifted stones daily to check flow. One day, he did not. Water flowed anyway. Rio rested. Letting go can trust continuity. Another story comes from a moonlit shore. A wave counter named Hallen counted sets. One night, he stopped counting. The sea remained. Hallen slept. Letting go can mean sleeping instead of counting. As the night deepens further, counting loses relevance. So does tracking. So does effort. Another story arrives, almost transparent. A night watcher named Ellen believed she must stay awake so others could rest. One night, she slept. Nothing failed. Ellen understood then that rest does not need guarding. And as the night continues now, there is no one guarding this moment. Nothing watching over it. Nothing required to hold it in place. The stories continue to drift. Or perhaps they are already drifting away. Either is fine. Letting go has become the background hum of the night. Steady, unconcerned, carrying everything gently, without asking us to stay awake to witness it. As the night continues, even the background hum grows softer. Not quieter exactly, just less insistent. Like a familiar sound you no longer notice because it has never asked anything of you. Letting go now feels less like release and more like being held without hands. Another story drifts in from a long shoreline where a tide path keeper named Eamon worked. Eamon walked the shore each evening, marking where the tide reached. He placed small stones at the edge of the water. He liked knowing how far the sea had come. One evening, the tide rose higher than usual and swept the stones away. Eamon returned the next day and found nothing to mark. He stood for a while, unsure what to do. Then he noticed the sand itself, how it smoothed where the water passed, how shells gathered differently, how the shore remembered without markers. Eamon stopped placing stones after that. He learned to read the shore as it was. Letting go can mean trusting that the world keeps its own memory. Another story comes from a narrow valley road. A wheel rut smoother named Loris filled ruts left by carts. He worked early each morning. He wanted the road to be even. One season, rain fell constantly. The ruts returned each night. Loris grew tired. he stopped smoothing. Drivers slowed naturally. They spoke to each other as they passed. The road became quieter. Loris rested more. Letting go can slow life in ways that create space. As the night deepens, slowing happens on its own. No permission required. Another story drifts in from a stone tower near the fields. A dusk bell silencer named Myron covered bells after sunset so they would not disturb sleep. She believed quiet had to be protected. One night, she forgot. The bell rang once in the distance, soft, unhurried. People slept anyway. Myron covered fewer bells after that. Letting go can reveal that rest is sturdier than we think. Another story comes from a small footbridge. A handrail aligner named Tovan straightened rails weakly. He feared looseness. One rail leaned slightly outward. People leaned back into it and paused to look at the water. Tovan left it that way. Letting go can create moments we never planned. Another story drifts in from a courtyard where rain collected. A puddle clearer named Sira swept water away after storms. She disliked standing water. One night, she left a puddle. Morning light reflected in it. Birds drank. Children stepped carefully around it. Sira cleared fewer puddles after that. Letting go can allow beauty to stay. As the hours pass, beauty does not need to be noticed. It does not leave if unobserved. Another story arrives from a hillside vineyard. A grapeshade adjuster named Noel adjusted leaves to protect fruit from sun. He watched constantly. One day, clouds came unexpectedly. Noel rested. The grapes ripened just the same. Noel adjusted less. Letting go can accept weather instead of fighting it. Another story drifts in from a narrow alley at night. A window latch checker named Eris checked shutters before sleep. He feared wind. One night, he slept without checking. The wind came. The shutters held. Eris slept better afterward. Letting go can mean trusting what has already proven itself. Another story comes from a quiet dock. A plank washer named Helia washed salt from boards each morning. She liked clean surfaces. One day, she skipped washing. The boards dried in the sun. They were fine. Helia rested. Letting go can mean allowing time to do its work. Another story drifts in from a hillside granary. A grain aerator named Ivo turned grain daily to prevent spoilage. He worried about rot. One day, he turned less. The grain remained fresh. Ivo worried less. Letting go can show us that care does not always need repetition. Another story arrives from a stone path through trees. A branch clearer named Yuna cleared low branches weakly. She wanted open passage. One branch remained. Walkers ducked instinctively. They slowed. The path felt gentler. Yuna cleared fewer branches. Letting go can invite awareness. As the night deepens, awareness does not sharpen. It widens, then softens, then rests. Another story drifts in from a coastal lookout. A horizon spotter named Cade watched for ships. He scanned constantly. One night, fog covered everything. Cade stopped scanning. He listened to waves. No ships came. Cade listened more after that. Letting go can shift us from watching to listening. Another story comes from a village square. A bench aligner named Rosa aligned benches neatly each day. She liked symmetry. One bench remained crooked. People gathered there longer. Rosa left it crooked. Letting go can make room for gathering. Another story drifts in from a narrow ravine. A echo watcher named Silas listened for falling stones. He feared collapse. One echo sounded long. Nothing followed. Silas relaxed. Letting go can quiet anticipation. Another story comes from a hillside spring. A ladle hanger named Mirak hung ladles carefully. He disliked dripping. One ladle dripped slowly. The ground darkened. Moss grew. Mirak allowed the drip. Letting go can nourish what we did not intend. Another story drifts in from a river bend. A current flag replacer named Olya replaced flags marking flow. One flag tore. Boaters read the water instead. Olya replaced fewer flags. Letting go can invite skill to return. Another story arrives from a small stable. A stall divider named Benet repaired dividers often. He feared agitation. One divider loosened. The animals stood calmly. Benet repaired less. Letting go can trust calm where we expected chaos. Another story drifts in from a long corridor. A footfall muffler named Renka laid rugs to quiet sound. One rug slipped. Footsteps echoed softly. The corridor felt alive. Renka laid fewer rugs. Letting go can allow presence to be heard. As the night deepens, sound itself becomes less defined. Words blur into tone. Tone into silence. Another story comes from a stone pier. A mooring knot checker named Vasil checked knots nightly. One night, he slept early. The boat floated. The tide rose and fell. Vasil slept more after that. Letting go can trust the tide. Another story drifts in from a hillside path. A gravel redistributor named Elin moved stones to keep footing even. She worked daily. One day, she stopped. Walkers found their steps. Elin rested. Letting go can reveal adaptation. Another story comes from a narrow bridge. A rope fray marker named Jonas marked where. One mark faded. The rope held. Jonas marked less. Letting go can reveal durability. Another story drifts in from a quiet market. A stall cover adjuster named Farah adjusted covers for wind. One cover flapped. Shoppers smiled. Farah adjusted less. Letting go can bring lightness. Another story arrives from a hilltop where bells were stored. A bell spacing measurer named Thelo measured distance between bells. He believed spacing controlled sound. One bell shifted. The sound deepened. Thelo measured less. Letting go can deepen resonance. As the night continues, resonance matters more than clarity. Another story drifts in from a village edge. A road edge painter named Saul painted lines after storms. One line faded. Drivers slowed. Saul painted fewer lines. Letting go can slow life enough to notice it. Another story comes from a narrow creek. A stepping log stabilizer named Para stabilized logs. One log rolled slightly. Crossers balanced. Para stabilized less. Letting go can invite balance. Another story drifts in from a stone wall. A mortar checker named Jalen checked seams. One seam cracked. The wall stood. Jalen rested. Letting go can trust structure. Another story comes from a quiet grove. A leaf raker named Moira raked daily. One day, she did not. Leaves layered. The ground softened. Moira walked quietly. Letting go can cushion life. Another story drifts in from a low bridge. A rail tapper named Soren tapped rails for soundness. One tap was skipped. The rail held. Soren rested his hand. Letting go can rest the hand. As the night moves deeper still, hands loosen, jaw loosens, thought loosens. Another story comes from a small hut. A night lamp refiller named Dane refilled oil nightly. One lamp dimmed. Stars were bright. Dane sat. Letting go can reveal other light. Another story drifts in from a distant hill. A signal cloth folder named Kira folded cloths precisely. One cloth wrinkled. It waved gently. Kira folded less tightly. Letting go can allow movement. Another story comes from a shoreline path. A driftwood arranger named Oren arranged pieces carefully. A wave scattered them. The shore felt open. Oren stopped arranging. Letting go can accept change without response. Another story drifts in from a quiet stare. A step polisher named Hannah polished daily. One step dulled. Feet rested there. Hannah polished less. Letting go can invite rest. As the night deepens further, rest no longer feels like an event. It feels like a condition. Another story arrives, almost indistinct. A watcher named Salo believed someone must remain awake so the night would not collapse. One night, Salo slept. The night remained. And as this night continues now, there is no one holding it together, no one ensuring its shape. It does not need holding. The stories drift, the spaces widen, attention loosens its grip. Letting go is no longer something happening. It is simply how things are. And in that quiet, sleep may already be here, or it may still be arriving. Either way, nothing needs to be done. As the night goes on, the sense of time becomes less exact. Minutes do not line up neatly. Hours feel more like wide fields than measured lengths. Letting go now feels less like something we are learning and more like something that has quietly taken over. Another story drifts in from a long ridge where a frost scraper named Taryn lived. Each morning before sunrise, Taryn scraped frost from the stone steps that led down the ridge. He believed safety came from clearing everything early. One morning, frost returned faster than he could scrape. His arms grew tired. The sky lightened. Taryn stopped scraping. People walked slowly. They placed their feet carefully. They spoke to each other as they descended. No one slipped. From then on, Taryn scraped less. He trusted attention more than removal. Letting go can allow awareness to do the work we thought force was doing. Another story arrives from a narrow canal where a water gate adjuster named Selman worked. Selman adjusted wooden gates constantly to keep water levels precise. He measured and remeasured. One afternoon, his tools fell into the canal. He stood watching the water move on its own. The levels balanced. Selman replaced his tools, but he used them less. Letting go can reveal balance that does not need supervision. Another story drifts in from a hillside granary. A mouse guard named Ilvara set traps carefully. She feared loss. One season, she removed the traps. The mice moved elsewhere on their own. The grain remained safe. Ilvara rested more at night. Letting go can sometimes allow problems to resolve themselves. Another story comes from a quiet mountain path. A snow marker named Karen placed poles to show the trail. He replaced them after every storm. One winter, the poles vanished beneath deep snow. Travelers followed the wind-sculpted shapes instead. They arrived. Chiron placed fewer markers after that. Letting go can invite trust in subtle guidance. Another story drifts in from a riverside bench. A drift watcher named Amilin counted floating leaves to measure current speed. She liked numbers. One day, the leaves tangled together. Counting became impossible. She stopped counting and watched reflections. She felt calm. Letting go can shift us from measurement to presence. Another story arrives from a small harbor shed. A boy painter named Dorson repainted warning colors each month. He feared fading. One buoy faded gradually. Boaters recognized it anyway. Dorson painted less often. Letting go can accept recognition without constant renewal. Another story drifts in from a hillside orchard. A fallen fruit collector named Perel gathered wind-fallen apples quickly. She disliked waste. One night she left them. Animals came. The ground enriched. The trees grew stronger the next year. Perel collected less. Letting go can feed what supports us. Another story comes from a narrow stairway carved into rock. A step depth measurer named Halvik checked heights weekly. He feared unevenness. One step wore down slightly. People stepped carefully there. Halvik stopped adjusting it. Letting go can allow caution to arise naturally. Another story drifts in from a quiet bridge house. A fog lamp lighter named Osen lit lamps before mist arrived. He tried to predict. One night, fog came early. Osen did nothing. Travelers slowed. They listened. Osen predicted less after that. Letting go can replace prediction with responsiveness. Another story comes from a field edge. A crow scarer named Mintra clapped boards loudly. She believed noise prevented damage. One morning, she stayed silent. Crows perched briefly, then moved on. The field was fine. Mintra clapped less. Letting go can reduce noise without increasing harm. Another story drifts in from a stone courtyard. A crack chalker named Javel marked every new fracture. He feared spread. One crack widened slowly, then stopped. The wall held. Javel chalked less. Letting go can trust limits. Another story comes from a mountain shelter. A blanket shaker named Rosen shook dust out each day. She liked cleanliness. One day, she did not. Travelers slept just as well. Rosen rested. Letting go can allow rest to replace habit. Another story drifts in from a narrow river bend. A current arrow carver named Thiesel carved arrows into posts to show flow. He updated them often. One arrow eroded. Boaters watched the water instead. Thiesel carved fewer arrows. Letting go can encourage direct seeing. Another story arrives from a hilltop pasture. A windbreak inspector named Lurian checked fences daily. He feared collapse. One fence leaned. The animals sheltered behind it anyway. Lurian checked less. Letting go can trust adaptation. Another story drifts in from a coastal path. A tide shell sorter named Vera sorted shells by size. She liked order. One tide mixed them. Children played longer. Vera stopped sorting. Letting go can invite play. Another story comes from a stone tower stair. A step candle setter named Enric set candles on each landing. He feared darkness. One candle burned out. Moonlight reached the stair. Enric set fewer candles. Letting go can notice existing light. Another story drifts in from a quiet mill. A grain flow listener named Salden listened for jams. He stayed alert. One night, he slept. The mill turned steadily. Salden trusted it more. Letting go can reduce vigilance without losing safety. Another story comes from a hillside spring. A stone cover replacer named Irel lifted covers daily. She feared contamination. One day, she left it. The water ran clear. Irel lifted less. Letting go can trust continuity. Another story drifts in from a winding road. A curve marker named Othar painted warnings. One sign peeled. Drivers slowed naturally. Othar painted fewer signs. Letting go can restore instinct. Another story comes from a quiet stable. A hoof cleaner named Mayrin cleaned stalls constantly. She feared illness. One stall stayed uncleaned overnight. The animal rested peacefully. Mayrin cleaned less. Letting go can trust resilience. Another story drifts in from a high lookout. A cloud classifier named Brené named formations. He liked precision. One day, clouds moved too fast. He stopped naming. He felt light. Letting go can free the mind from labeling. Another story comes from a narrow bridge. A plank numberer named Varek numbered boards for repair. One number faded. The board held. Varek numbered fewer. Letting go can trust structure. Another story drifts in from a quiet village lane. A night shutter checker named Kelsa checked latches each evening. She feared storms. One night, she slept early. The storm passed. Kelsa slept more often. Letting go can invite rest. Another story comes from a stone well. A rope dampness tester named Alarin tested fibers daily. He feared rot. One rope stayed damp longer. It dried. Aloran tested less. Letting go can trust drying. Another story drifts in from a meadow. A path edge trimmer named Fional trimmed grass weekly. One edge grew wild. Butterflies gathered. Fional trimmed less. Letting go can invite life. Another story comes from a narrow dock. A knot-tail cutter named Risa cut loose ends neatly. One knot frayed. It held. Risa cut less. Letting go can trust knots. Another story drifts in from a quiet hillside. A bell hanger named Torvin adjusted height. He feared imbalance. One bell hung crooked. The sound was warm. Torvin adjusted less. Letting go can deepen tone. Another story comes from a covered walkway. A drip catcher named Evala placed bowls under leaks. She disliked dripping. One drip remained. Plants grew beneath it. Evella placed fewer bowls. Letting go can nourish. Another story drifts in from a stone arch. A shadow measurer named Kalis measured sunlight angles. He feared uneven wear. One shadow lengthened. The stone remained. Kalis measured less. Letting go can trust endurance. Another story comes from a river ferry. A rope slack adjuster named Morin adjusted constantly. He feared drift. One slack remained. The ferry moved smoothly. Morin adjusted less. Letting go can allow flow. Another story drifts in from a hillside hut. A night fuel counter named Jessica counted logs. She feared shortage. One night she did not count. The fire lasted. Jessica rested. Letting go can trust sufficiency. Another story comes from a narrow path. A lantern height measurer named Poland measured for shadows. One lantern sagged. The path was visible. Poland measured less. Letting go can accept imperfection. Another story drifts in from a quiet riverbank. A stone warmth tester named Elvin tested stones for frost. One stone stayed cold. People stepped around it. Elvin tested less. Letting go can invite awareness. Another story comes from a small watch hut. A sound interval timer named Norik timed bells. One interval stretched. The sound was calming. Norik timed less. Letting go can lengthen peace. Another story drifts in from a moonlit field. A dew watcher named Serial wiped leaves early. One morning, she did not. The sun dried them. Serial wiped less. Letting go can trust warmth. Another story comes from a narrow creek. A stepping board aligner named Urel adjusted daily. One board shifted. Crossers balanced. Urel adjusted less. Letting go can invite balance. Another story drifts in from a quiet storehouse. A lock tester named Corin tested twice. One test skipped. The door stayed closed. Corin rested. Letting go can quiet the mind. Another story comes from a hillside path. A sign straightener named Delma straightened daily. One sign leaned. Travelers smiled. Delma let it lean. Letting go can soften direction. As the night continues, the stories themselves lean. They do not stand straight. They drift, overlap, and fade. There is no need to follow them now. No need to remember names or paths or lessons. Letting go has already settled in, like a blanket placed gently, without ceremony. And in this quiet unfolding, Sleep may already be moving closer, or it may already be here, arriving without announcement, the way the night does by simply being allowed. As the night continues, the sense of movement becomes very slow, not stopping, but stretching, like a river widening until it no longer seems to be moving at all. Letting go now feels less like a story being told and more like the space between stories. Another story drifts in from a high plateau where a frost flagger named Oral lived. Oral placed small flags to warn travelers of icy ground. He rose before dawn, checking every path. One winter morning, fog covered everything. Flags disappeared into the white. Oral waited. Travelers walked carefully. They spoke softly. They used their staffs. No one slipped. When the fog lifted, Oral placed fewer flags. Letting go can allow attention to replace warning. Another story comes from a quiet river mouth. A tide rope measurer named Elson measured rise and fall daily. She liked precision. One evening, the tide rose without her watching. She noticed later, by the damp sand. She smiled. Letting go can mean noticing effects instead of tracking causes. Another story drifts in from a stone stair beneath old trees. A leaf clearer named Brant swept steps every morning. He disliked clutter. One day, he left the leaves. Footsteps slowed. The stair felt softer. Brant swept less after that. Letting go can cushion the way. Another story arrives from a narrow watchtower. A lamp angle adjuster named Yoren angled lamps to reduce glare. He worried about distraction. One lamp tilted too far. The light spread wider. People gathered beneath it. Yoren adjusted less. Letting go can widen warmth. Another story drifts in from a hillside spring. A bucket rinse keeper named Celine rinsed buckets carefully. She feared residue. One bucket was left unrinsed. The water remained clear. Celine rinsed less. Letting go can trust purity. Another story comes from a long stone bridge. A vibration listener named Kale listened for stress in the structure. He believed early warning prevented collapse. One night, the bridge hummed in the wind. Kale listened. Nothing followed. He listened less afterward. Letting go can quiet constant anticipation. Another story drifts in from a quiet courtyard. A bench wiper named Mireia wiped dew each morning. She wanted dryness. One morning, she did not. Sunlight warmed the bench. Mireia rested. Letting go can trust warmth to arrive. Another story comes from a narrow canyon. A rock shift marker named Thorin marked fallen stones. He worried about blockage. One stone fell unnoticed. The path remained open. Thorin marked fewer stones. Letting go can accept small changes. Another story drifts in from a covered walkway. A rain-drip redirector named Lineth placed troughs beneath leaks. She feared damage. One drip fell freely. The stone darkened, then dried. Lineth redirected less. Letting go can allow materials to behave naturally. Another story arrives from a hillside pasture. A fence shadow watcher named Orin watched shadows to spot breaks. He stayed alert. One shadow moved oddly. Nothing happened. Orin rested more. Letting go can quiet imagined danger. Another story drifts in from a quiet dock. A mooring post polisher named Frey polished wood weekly. He liked smoothness. One post roughened. Hands gripped it more securely. Frey polished less. Letting go can increase grip. Another story comes from a winding forest path. A branch height measurer named Iska measured clearance. She feared obstruction. One branch hung low. Walkers bowed slightly. Iska left it. Letting go can invite humility. Another story drifts in from a hillside kiln. A heat crack spotter named Juno inspected clay for flaws. She feared breakage. One crack formed and stopped. The piece held. Juno inspected less. Letting go can trust balance. Another story comes from a stone pier. A wave splash counter named Remy counted spray height. He liked numbers. One wave soaked him. He laughed. Remy counted less. Letting go can invite joy. Another story drifts in from a long corridor. A torch spacing adjuster named Hallen adjusted distances. She feared uneven light. One torch dimmed. The corridor felt calm. Halen adjusted less. Letting go can soften space. Another story arrives from a hillside path. A pebble crunch listener named Varro listened for loose stones. He worried about slips. One crunch sounded. No one fell. Varro listened less. Letting go can trust footing. Another story drifts in from a narrow stream. A stepping board cleaner named Sisa cleaned moss daily. She feared slickness. One board grew mossy. People stepped carefully. Sisa cleaned less. Letting go can invite care. Another story comes from a quiet village edge. A Gate Creek oiler named Miro oiled hinges weekly. He disliked noise. One hinge creaked softly. People noticed the gate. Miro oiled less. Letting go can turn noise into presence. Another story drifts in from a hillside shelter. A blanket folder named Naira folded neatly. She valued order. One blanket stayed rumpled. It felt warmer. Naira folded less tightly. Letting go can preserve warmth. Another story arrives from a narrow bridge at dusk. A lantern flame steadier named Elric adjusted flames constantly. He feared flicker. One flame flickered. It soothed passers-by. Elric adjusted less. Letting go can calm others. Another story drifts in from a quiet stone well. A pulley sound checker named Ravel listened for strain. He feared breakage. One sound changed. Nothing followed. Ravel rested. Letting go can quiet vigilance. Another story comes from a meadow path. A grass bend marker named Alina marked flattened spots. She worried about erosion. One bend deepened. Flowers grew there. Alina marked less. Letting go can invite beauty. Another story drifts in from a long wooden pier. A board expansion measurer named Jarek measured daily. He feared splitting. One board swelled. It dried. Jarek measured less. Letting go can trust cycles. Another story comes from a hillside watch hut. A night noise recorder named Phelan recorded sounds. He feared missing something. One night, he slept. Morning came. Phelan recorded less. Letting go can trust morning. Another story drifts in from a stone corridor. A echo suppressor named Leora added padding. She disliked reverberation. One echo remained. It felt gentle. Leora suppressed less. Letting go can allow resonance. Another story comes from a quiet river crossing. A current marker adjuster named Danelle adjusted sticks daily. He feared misreading. One marker drifted. Boaters watched water instead. Danelle adjusted less. Letting go can restore direct seeing. Another story drifts in from a hillside orchard. A fruit weight tester named Soren tested ripeness daily. He feared loss. One fruit dropped. Others ripened. Soren tested less. Letting go can accept timing. Another story comes from a narrow mountain path. A stone temperature tester named Irina tested for ice. She feared slips. One stone stayed cold. Travelers noticed. Irina tested less. Letting go can invite awareness. Another story drifts in from a village square. A fountain flow adjuster named Callus adjusted jets daily. He feared waste. One jet splashed freely. Children laughed. Callus adjusted less. Letting go can invite laughter. Another story comes from a quiet barn. A latch alignment checker named Bren checked twice nightly. He feared escape. One night, he checked once. The door stayed closed. Bren rested. Letting go can allow rest. Another story drifts in from a forest edge. A leaf pile redistributor named Olya moved piles evenly. She liked order. One pile remained large. Animals nested. Olya left it. Letting go can create shelter. Another story comes from a hillside stream. A ripple watcher named Caro watched for debris. He stayed alert. One ripple passed. Nothing followed. Caro relaxed. Letting go can soften alertness. Another story drifts in from a quiet stairwell. A handrail temperature checker named Senna checked daily. She feared cold. One rail stayed cool. Hands adapted. Senna checked less. Letting go can trust adaptation. Another story comes from a narrow causeway. A wave splash shield maker named Iman built barriers. He feared soaking. One shield broke. People stepped back. Iman built fewer shields. Letting go can allow adjustment. Another story drifts in from a moonlit ridge. A shadow-length recorder named Vera recorded nightly. She liked data. One night, clouds hid shadows. Vera rested. Letting go can release record keeping. Another story comes from a quiet storehouse. A shelf-level adjuster named Norin adjusted constantly. He feared tilt. One shelf leaned. The jars stayed. Norin adjusted less. Letting go can trust balance. Another story drifts in from a narrow dock. A rope fiber watcher named Asta watched for fray. She feared breakage. One fiber loosened. The rope held. Asta watched less. Letting go can trust strength. Another story comes from a hillside path. A lantern cover remover named Elio removed covers early. He feared darkness. One night, he did not. Stars lit the path. Elio rested. Letting go can reveal the sky. Another story drifts in from a quiet courtyard. A stone warmth marker named Ria marked sunny spots. She liked planning. One day, she sat instead. Warmth arrived. Ria stopped marking. Letting go can receive. Another story comes from a small watch hut. A night presence keeper named Joran believed staying awake kept the village safe. One night, Joran slept. The village slept too. Morning came. And as this night continues now, there is no one keeping watch, no one marking, no one measuring. The night does not need it. The stories thin further. The spaces grow wider. Words soften into sound, sound into quiet. Letting go is no longer something happening. It has already happened. And rest quiet, unannounced. Patient is free to arrive, or already here, holding everything gently, without needing to be named. As the night carries on, the sense of direction fades gently. Not lost, not confused, just no longer pointed anywhere in particular. Letting go, by now, feels less like release and more like being carried without noticing when it began. Another story drifts in from a quiet hillside where a wind ladder keeper named Aemon lived. Aemon maintained ladders used to climb watchtowers. He checked each rung before dawn. He believed certainty prevented accidents. One morning, a rung felt different. Not broken, just worn. Aemon paused. He tested it once more, then left it. Climbers stepped carefully. They held the rail. They climbed slowly. No one fell. Aemon stopped checking every rung after that. Letting go can mean allowing slowness to replace assurance. Another story comes from a narrow estuary. A tide bell timer named Alara rang bells to mark incoming water. She tracked the moon carefully. One evening, clouds hid the moon. Alara rang nothing. Boats still rose with the tide. She trusted the water more after that. Letting go can mean trusting what moves without signals. Another story drifts in from a stone courtyard. A crack listener named Brio pressed his ear to walls each week. He feared collapse. One crack whispered softly, then grew silent. The wall remained. Brio listened less. Letting go can quiet imagined futures. Another story comes from a narrow forest bridge. A plank dampness checker named Kess checked moisture daily. She feared rot. One plank stayed damp for days. It dried. The bridge held. Kess rested more. Letting go can allow time to finish its work. Another story drifts in from a hilltop granary. A latch sound tester named Ulrich tested doors by sound. He believed silence meant safety. One door sounded different. Nothing followed. Ulrich stopped testing every latch. Letting go can release constant interpretation. Another story comes from a long, quiet road. A distance marker cleaner named Orla cleaned signs weekly. She wanted clarity. One sign faded. Travelers slowed and asked each other for directions. Orla left the sign faded. Letting go can invite connection. Another story drifts in from a stone well. A rope coil counter named Fenna counted coils daily. She feared tangles. One coil loosened. It did not tangle. Fenna counted less. Letting go can show us that fear was only imagined. Another story comes from a hillside spring. A bucket depth marker named Irel measured water carefully. She worried about shortage. One day she forgot. The bucket returned full. Irel smiled. Letting go can allow relief to arrive uninvited. Another story drifts in from a quiet dock. A mooring tension adjuster named Solvi adjusted ropes each evening. She feared drift. One rope stayed loose. The boat floated steadily. Solvi adjusted less. Letting go can allow balance. Another story comes from a narrow canyon path. A stone wobble tester named Marn checked footing daily. He feared slips. One stone wobbled slightly. Walkers noticed. No one slipped. Marn tested less. Letting go can invite attention without control. Another story drifts in from a hillside pasture. A bell pitch tuner named Oxen tuned cowbells carefully. He wanted uniform sound. One bell rang lower. The herd felt calm. Oxen tuned less. Letting go can soften harmony. Another story comes from a small river crossing. A stepping stone scrubber named Luma scrubbed algae weekly. She feared slickness. One stone grew green. People stepped carefully. Luma scrubbed less. Letting go can invite care. Another story drifts in from a quiet watch hut. A night log writer named Caldor recorded every sound. He feared missing something. One night he slept. Morning came. Caldor wrote less. Letting go can trust the arrival of morning. Another story comes from a hillside orchard. A branch tie loosener named Vessa loosened ties each season. She feared breakage. One branch bent naturally. It held fruit. Vessa tied less. Letting go can allow flexibility. Another story drifts in from a narrow stairwell. A handrail polish tester named Nero polished until smooth. He feared splinters. One rail roughened. Hands gripped more firmly. Nero polished less. Letting go can improve grip. Another story comes from a quiet river bend. A water clarity marker named Elson marked turbidity. She liked knowing. One day, water clouded briefly, then cleared. Elson marked less. Letting go can accept change without response. Another story drifts in from a hillside shelter. A blanket warmth tester named Joran tested daily. He feared cold nights. One night, he did not test. Travelers slept well. Joran rested. Letting go can trust comfort. Another story comes from a narrow footpath. A lantern shadow aligner named Para aligned lamps to avoid dark spots. One shadow remained. People stepped into it briefly. Nothing happened. Para aligned less. Letting go can trust darkness. Another story drifts in from a stone bridge. A vibration counter named Yaros listened for tremors. He feared collapse. One vibration passed. The bridge stood. Yaros listened less. Letting go can quiet vigilance. Another story comes from a quiet barn. A stall divider measurer named Helga measured gaps. She feared crowding. One divider shifted. Animals adjusted. Helga measured less. Letting go can trust adaptation. Another story drifts in from a coastal path. A tide foam clearer named Seelan cleared foam after storms. She disliked mess. One day, she left it. The foam dissolved. Salen cleared less. Letting go can allow dissolution. Another story comes from a narrow valley road. A rut depth marker named Kaya marked depressions. She feared damage. One rut deepened. Drivers slowed. Kaya marked less. Letting go can slow harm. Another story drifts in from a hillside well. A pulley grease tester named Doran greased daily. He feared squeaks. One squeak sounded. The rope held. Doran greased less. Letting go can accept sound. Another story comes from a quiet courtyard. A stone temperature watcher named Mira touched stones each morning. She feared frost. One stone stayed cold. People avoided it. Mira watched less. Letting go can invite awareness. Another story drifts in from a narrow bridge. A railing height adjuster named Soren adjusted weekly. He feared imbalance. One rail dipped slightly. People leaned comfortably. Soren adjusted less. Letting go can invite rest. Another story comes from a hillside field. A grass moisture checker named Oral checked dew. He feared rot. One morning, he did not. The sun dried the grass. Oral rested. Letting go can trust warmth. Another story drifts in from a quiet riverbank. A stone alignment restorer named Tavi restored symmetry. He liked order. One stone stayed crooked. The bank held. Tavi restored less. Letting go can accept irregularity. Another story comes from a narrow path. A bell interval timer named Keelan timed rings. He feared confusion. One ring came late. No one minded. Kellen timed less. Letting go can soften schedules. Another story drifts in from a hillside granary. A grain bag sealer named Rona sealed tightly. She feared pests. One seal loosened. The grain stayed safe. Rona sealed less. Letting go can trust sufficiency. Another story comes from a quiet watchtower. A dawn readiness keeper named Malice believed someone must stay awake so morning would arrive safely. One dawn, Malice slept. The sun rose. Malice smiled. Letting go can trust the world to continue. As the night deepens now, there is less to say and less need to say it. Stories no longer stand apart. They blend. They soften. They drift into one another like shadows. Nothing needs to be remembered. Nothing needs to be followed. Letting go is no longer an idea moving through the night. It is the night itself, wide, steady, untroubled, carrying everything without effort. As the night continues, the sense of effort thins almost completely. The words no longer feel like steps. They feel more like a current, carrying everything gently, without direction or demand. Letting go now is not something that happens. It is something that has already happened, quietly, without asking for acknowledgement. Another story drifts in from a wide plain where a windpost watcher named Ilya lived. Ilya planted tall posts to read the wind's direction. He checked them each morning. He believed understanding the wind helped everyone prepare. One season, the posts leaned in different ways after heavy rain. Ilya considered straightening them. He did not. Travelers watched the grass instead. They watched birds. They felt the wind on their faces. The posts were left alone. Letting go can mean trusting direct experience over signs. Another story comes from a narrow stone corridor. A torch gutter cleaner named Farron cleaned soot every evening. He liked clear light. One night, soot gathered unevenly. The light flickered warmly. People lingered longer in the corridor. Farron cleaned less often. Letting go can soften light without dimming it. Another story drifts in from a hillside spring. A stone cup arranger named Letha placed cups neatly for travelers. She liked order. One cup tipped sideways. Water pooled slowly beside it. Plants grew there. Letha left the cup tipped. Letting go can allow nourishment to wander. Another story comes from a quiet bridge over shallow water. A ripple watcher named Torin counted patterns to detect change. He liked certainty. One day, the ripples confused him. He stopped counting. The bridge stood. Torin rested. Letting go can free us from needing to understand everything. Another story drifts in from a narrow dock. A rope-drying checker named Malis checked lines for dampness. She feared rot. One rope stayed damp overnight. It dried by morning. Malis checked less. Letting go can trust time. Another story comes from a hillside shelter. A mat straightener named Ova straightened sleeping mats daily. She wanted comfort to be predictable. One mat stayed crooked. The traveler slept well. Ova straightened less. Letting go can allow comfort to find its own shape. Another story drifts in from a stone stair. A handprint washer named Joran washed marks from walls. He liked cleanliness. One handprint remained. Children touched it as they passed. Joran left it. Letting go can leave traces of presence. Another story comes from a quiet harbor. A tideboard updater named Selka updated charts daily. She feared being outdated. One chart aged. Boaters relied on experience. Selka updated less. Letting go can allow wisdom to replace information. Another story drifts in from a hillside path. A pebble scatterer named Bren placed stones evenly. He wanted stability. One cluster remained uneven. People noticed their footing. Bren scattered less. Letting go can invite care. Another story comes from a quiet mill. A belt tension adjuster named Kalen adjusted constantly. He feared slipping. One belt loosened. The mill ran smoothly. Kalen adjusted less. Letting go can allow machines and people to find rhythm. Another story drifts in from a narrow ravine. A sound echo mapper named Elric mapped reflections. He liked precision. One echo lingered unexpectedly. It felt calming. Elric mapped less. Letting go can allow surprise. Another story comes from a hillside orchard. A fruit bruise inspector named Nisa inspected daily. She feared waste. One fruit bruised. It was eaten first. Nisa inspected less. Letting go can change what we value. Another story drifts in from a stone bridge at night. A lantern glass polisher named Avon polished until clear. He feared dimming. One lantern clouded. The light spread softly. Avon polished less. Letting go can diffuse light kindly. Another story comes from a quiet field. A grass height measurer named Sorrel measured weekly. She feared uneven growth. One patch grew tall. Insects gathered. Sorrel measured less. Letting go can invite life. Another story drifts in from a hillside well. A bucket rim smoother named Iden smoothed edges often. He feared splinters. One rim roughened. Hands adjusted. Iden smoothed less. Letting go can trust touch. Another story comes from a narrow footbridge. A rope knot retightener named Varro retightened often. He feared loosening. One knot loosened slightly. It held. Varro retightened less. Letting go can trust what already holds. Another story drifts in from a quiet courtyard. A stone warmth tester named Alice tested stones at dawn. She feared frost. One stone stayed cool. People avoided it naturally. Alice tested less. Letting go can invite awareness. Another story comes from a hillside shelter. A wind flap quieter named Philia quieted canvas sounds. She disliked noise. One flap sounded softly. People slept anyway. Philia quieted less. Letting go can allow sound to fade on its own. Another story drifts in from a narrow creek. A stepping stone aligner named Caro aligned constantly. He feared imbalance. One stone shifted. People balanced. Caro aligned less. Letting go can invite balance instead of forcing it. Another story comes from a quiet barn. A latch smoothener named Ellen smoothed edges daily. She feared snagging. One latch stayed rough. It was fine. Ellen smoothed less. Letting go can reduce unnecessary effort. Another story drifts in from a hillside watchtower. A horizon scanner named Bran scanned constantly. He feared missing something. One night he rested his eyes. The horizon remained. Bran scanned less. Letting go can rest vision. Another story comes from a narrow path. A bell hanger adjuster named Sarah adjusted height often. She feared uneven sound. One bell rang lower. It soothed. Sarah adjusted less. Letting go can deepen calm. Another story drifts in from a quiet riverbank. A stone placement corrector named Jalen corrected often. He feared collapse. One stone stayed crooked. The bank held. Jalen corrected less. Letting go can trust structure. Another story comes from a hillside granary. A grain sack weight tester named Olin tested daily. He feared imbalance. One sack was lighter. Others balanced it. Olin tested less. Letting go can trust distribution. Another story drifts in from a narrow road. A rut filler named Kyan filled grooves quickly. He feared damage. One rut remained. Drivers slowed. Kyan filled less. Letting go can slow harm naturally. Another story comes from a quiet stairwell. A shadow measurer named Riva measured light angles. She feared dark spots. One shadow lingered. It felt restful. Riva measured less. Letting go can allow darkness to rest. Another story drifts in from a hillside stream. A water sound listener named Naro listened for changes. He feared blockage. One sound changed. Nothing followed. Naro rested. Letting go can quiet the need to monitor. Another story comes from a quiet market stall. A cloth edge trimmer named Ilma trimmed frays. She disliked unevenness. One edge frayed. It softened. Ilma trimmed less. Letting go can soften boundaries. Another story drifts in from a narrow bridge. A railing polish tester named Taryn polished daily. He feared splinters. One spot dulled. Hands rested there. Taryn polished less. Letting go can create resting places. Another story comes from a hillside field. A dew shaker named Vilo shook leaves each dawn. He feared mold. One morning, he slept. The sun dried the leaves. Vilo shook less. Letting go can trust the sun. Another story drifts in from a quiet well. A pulley sound adjuster named Soren adjusted constantly. He feared strain. One sound changed. The pulley held. Soren adjusted less. Letting go can trust resilience. Another story comes from a narrow path. A lantern wick replacer named Elin replaced early. he feared darkness. One wick burned low. Stars were bright. Elin replaced less. Letting go can reveal other light. Another story drifts in from a hillside ridge. A windcloth watcher named Maris watched movement. She feared storms. One cloth fluttered. Nothing followed. Maris watched less. Letting go can quiet vigilance. Another story comes from a quiet shelter. A night readiness keeper named Joran believed he must remain awake so the night would not falter. One night, Joran slept. The night continued. And as this night continues now, there is no one holding it steady, no one watching over it. The night does not need attention. It does not need care. It holds itself, and in doing so, it holds us too. The stories thin until they are almost nothing. Words soften into rhythm, rhythm into quiet. Nothing more needs to arrive. Nothing more needs to be released. Letting go has already done its work. And rest deep, patient, unhurried, is free to come and go, without announcement, just as it always has. As the night continues, there is less sense that anything is unfolding. It feels more like everything has already unfolded, and what remains is simply being carried. The stories arrive now as if from very far away. They are thinner, lighter, almost transparent. Letting go no longer feels like a movement. It feels like stillness that was always here. Another story drifts in from a quiet shoreline where a night boat watcher named Elior once lived. Elior believed his task was to stay awake until dawn. He watched the water. He listened for changes in wind. He felt responsible for the safety of boats resting offshore. For years, he slept lightly, waking at every sound. One night, exhaustion settled into his bones. He sat against a post. The water was calm. The boats barely moved. Elior closed his eyes. He slept. When he woke, dawn was already spreading across the horizon. The boats floated as they always had. Nothing was lost. Nothing was damaged. Elior laughed quietly to himself, not with relief, with recognition. From that night on, he slept when sleep came. He trusted the water to be water. Letting go can mean realizing that the world does not require our constant vigilance. It moves. It balances. It rests, even when we do. Another story arrives gently, from a hillside path worn smooth by years of walking. A path listener named Myra used to walk the trail each evening, listening for loose stones, checking for fallen branches. She believed the path needed her attention to remain safe. One evening, rain fell steadily. The path was quiet. Myra stayed inside. The next morning, the path was unchanged. Walkers moved along it without trouble. Myra began walking the path less often. When she did walk it, she walked more slowly, not checking, just walking. Letting go can turn duty into presence. Another story drifts in from a quiet village square. A clock keeper named Thomas once wound the clock at the same hour each night. He worried about time slipping away. One evening, he forgot. The clock slowed, then stopped. People noticed. They laughed. They checked the sun instead. They checked each other. The clock was fixed later, but Thomas worried less. Letting go can mean allowing time to loosen its grip. Another story comes from a narrow mountain pass. A warning horn holder named Rena believed she must sound the horn at the first sign of weather. She lived in readiness. One night, snow fell softly. Rena listened. She did nothing. Travelers walked carefully. They arrived. Rena learned that silence can be guidance too. Letting go does not remove care. It refines it. As the night deepens further, the stories no longer carry explanation. They no longer ask to be understood. They are simply companions, walking alongside us, then drifting away. Another story arrives, almost like a memory. A stone warmer named Elan placed stones near fires so travelers could warm their hands. Each night, he arranged them carefully. One night, he did not. The fire warmed the air anyway. Hands found warmth where they could. Elan rested. Letting go can mean trusting warmth to spread on its own. Another story drifts in from a quiet field under stars. A night counter named Silas once counted sheep to make sure none were lost. She counted until dawn. One night, she stopped counting. She watched the field instead. The sheep stayed together. Silas never counted again. Letting go can feel like widening the view until counting is no longer needed. Another story arrives from a narrow river crossing. A stepping sound watcher named Orion listened for hollow echoes beneath the boards. He feared weakness. One night, the river was loud. He could hear nothing else. He went inside. He slept. The crossing remained. Letting go can mean trusting what has already carried us many times. Another story drifts in from a hillside shelter. A firekeeper named Nodus believed the flame must be watched at all times. He stayed alert through the night. One evening, the fire burned low. Nodus fell asleep beside it. The fire turned to embers. The shelter stayed warm. Nodus slept more deeply after that. Letting go can mean allowing things to finish naturally. As the night continues, finishing does not feel abrupt. It feels gentle, like a sound fading without needing to be cut off. Another story arrives, faint and simple. A night guard named Leto once believed he was guarding the darkness itself. That without him, something might fail. One night, he slept. The darkness remained whole. Leto understood then that the night does not need guarding. It carries itself. And as this night continues now, there is no one holding it up, no one keeping it steady, no one watching over it. It does not need that. The stories begin to dissolve into one another. Names blur, places soften, edges disappear. Understanding loosens. Attention loosens. Even listening becomes optional. We can look back gently now, not to gather lessons, not to summarize, but simply to notice the shape of the journey. Many lives, many small moments, all pointing to the same quiet truth. Nothing needed to be forced. Nothing needed to be held tightly. Nothing needed to be fixed. Again and again, letting go arrived not as loss, but as relief. As the night deepens toward its quietest hours, the emphasis shifts naturally from understanding to rest. Words can fade, thoughts can drift, the body can soften in its own way. Sleep may already be here, or it may still be approaching slowly. Both are welcome. There is nothing left to remember. Nothing left to stay awake for. Nothing left to manage. The night knows how to carry you, just as it always has. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us here at Calm Monk.